Look at this, everybody. After a little hiatus, we are back and looking nice and snazzy. Welcome to the Wilyverse, everyone. Starting a little bit early this Sunday with a new layout, new game. Same faces. Just look at that.
I got a haircut.
All right. I hope we're coming through. I've done some updates to the stream, and I'm hoping our sound is good.
I'm trying to log us in. There we go.
Hey, Stream Elements, thanks for coming by.
Hey, Stream Elements. Let me let this ad play. 44,000 stream points. I'm rich.
You're rich.
Mostly because I was told to quit giving viewers inspiration to give back to us.
Quit cheating.
There we go.
All right, now what do we sound like?
Well, you sound like this.
Mostly because I was told to quit giving viewers inspiration. Yeah, we sound good.
All right.
Sounds normal.
Well, let's talk about what's going on in this wonderful new layout. So, we were playing Wild Bond the Witchlight here on the channel, but Robert had to step away to take care of some business in the really real world. So we are going to switch to a short-term campaign set in Chult called the Golden Serpent. That is not the Golden Serpent right there. I was about to snap my finger. It is going to be, 6 to 8 sessions long. It can probably be longer if need be, or shorter. We may have some guest appearances popping in here and there, but these guys are going to run through the jungle and see if they can get eaten. Welcome to the jungle, baby.
Oh, I was thinking to run through the jungle. Creed's Clearwater. Better run through the jungle. It's like super famous, right?
Is it? I've heard a lot of Creedence Clearwater songs. I've never heard that one.
I feel silly. Maybe it's not Creedence Clearwater. Yeah, Run Through the Jungle. It's Creedence Clearwater.
All right. We'll have to listen to it later on. Determine if we have indeed heard it or not.
As he demonetize us.
Yeah. Just got to get us kicked off of Twitch real quick. Okay, you want to get us banned? Okay. Okay. We get pulled right off.
Loop us. There we go.
Us talking to us, talking to us.
Yeah. How's it going? How's it going? How's it
So,
going?
the Jungles of Chult are in the Forgotten Realms, a peninsula off of Kalimshan in the southern end of Faerun. It is a jungle with monstrous wildlife and treacherous land, but supposedly holding great riches and magical hordes.
Magical horse?
Hordes. I mean, it could be a magical horse.
A magical horse?
They're not native here. It'd be really weird for it to be here.
This is an invasive species of magical horse.
Just a demipona.
There you go.
All right. I didn't do nameplates this
way.
time.
That's what's missing.
Yeah.
That's what looks weird.
I think if I do nameplates, they're going to be like have backings and be on the screen.
It's too bad you can't glue them on
above your head, like filters.
Turn it kind of go with us.
Well, when we were streaming this in the metaverse, eventually you can.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just look like the characters.
We're not sponsored by the metaverse.
And we don't want to be.
Not at all.
I was like, money's money. Sell out.
So, all right, joining me for this campaign down at the end is Mitch. Mitch is playing...
Oh, Cobble. Sorry. Water Genasi Sage. Ranger Swarmkeeper. It's the most adjectives one of my characters has ever had. So I've been studying in Silvery Moon and doing some genealogical work. Kind of led me to believe that my Genasi elemental touch might have come from this land, so I'm here to investigate. And when I got here, my swarm manifested itself as spiritual piranha that surround my body and aid me and kind of follow my commands.
So your piranha, they change color and they do all this stuff to match your mood or the environment. If you're in town, are they hidden, or are a couple hanging out?
I think if I'm like in a town or if I'm someplace where I don't want to be intimidating, they would probably be lower. Like I was walking through a stream of them.
Yeah, like just kind of at my hiding between your legs and on your heels.
And so I wrote, I should probably say this because it wasn't in the chat, but yeah, in the chat I kind of said, so imagine if they were all next to me, they'd be swimming as if a current was coming at them. So if you turn, several of them will kind of look, and if I start to move, the school will go. But for the most part, they seem to flank me and be in positions
come up through your hair and
and they go around me and they take turns and stuff. But yeah, if I was in like a non-threatening position, if I was walking through town, they'd be like wading through a small stream of them.
You're like down and close to you.
The water's like that deep, and they're just in the middle somewhere.
All right, very interesting. Gonna be fun. And then we've got this sad sack. Look at him. Just look at him. Sorry. This is Galen, and he is playing.
That's a hell of an intro.
Olang Ungale.
What?
Olang Ungale. He is a Haragon druid. He is originally from the Feywilds, but he managed to find his way into Faerun, where he heard of cities and realized he really didn't like them. But he's a big fan of nature, as most druids are, and so he spent his time in Faerun exploring. Talking with the animals, because he can do that. And he
can't talk to them.
Some people can't talk to animals, Mitch. I know, it's weird, but some of us don't even have to cast spells to talk to animals.
I know, I'm just double checking that I can talk to animals now that I've been talking shit. And I heard of a place that just sounded fabulous to visit in Chult.
Chult.
So he's making his way there.
You are a druid order or circle of the shepherd.
Correct. So a big animal lover.
Big animal lover. I mean, big animal lover or like big animal lover?
Well, he's a small animal
with a big heart.
Big heart. You have a lot of love to give to those animals. And that Tyrannosaurus has so many teeth to give you.
You can't wait for me to try and negotiate with the Tyrannosaurus.
He's just misunderstood, guys.
I am Wiley. I am the Dungeon Master. That means I play everybody else, which includes, in this game, Metzli. Metzli is a shifter barbarian, Path of the Totem. He is a native Chultan of a tribe that is spirit touched by their totem spirit, and he will come in later for these guys. They will get to meet him.
So you're gonna be from Chult?
Yeah, because I mean, I don't want to just exposition all the time of this is how Chult works. You have someone that can actually relay it to you.
Oh.
Huh?
We're live.
Oh yeah.
What didn't get the notification?
It probably is going out at 4 now because that's when my timer is set to go.
Mm-hmm.
So
Makes sense.
It's not 4 yet.
Yeah. So we did all the intro stuff, and then people.
And then people are
gonna
going to show. We'll see. We'll see if Druby pops in here and like, boop. I'm gonna guess I know who these two
So we met
viewers
on a boat then?
No, you did not. Because that would have required you to go back to Baldur's Gate, and I don't think you're going to do that.
Oh, yeah.
No. So you, when you came down from Silvery Moon to come to Chult, your disembark point was Baldur's Gate. It's one of the main hubs that comes to Chult. So you came down from Silvery Moon over to Neverwinter, took a boat down past Water, or probably stopped in Waterdeep, stopped in Baldur's Gate, outfitted up, got your guides and whatever, and spent some of your funds, or most of your funds, and then took the boat over to Fort Baldarian, where you started your expedition, and you've been here for a couple weeks, staying in the camps, or the little town that has sprouted up around Fort Baldarian, which I'll get to in a second. That's where you had been. You, though, came from the Moonshays, and they didn't take you to Fort Baldarian because they don't have any reason to. They took you to Port... what's it called? Port Nyanzaru. So, Port Nyanzaru. I have something I can read you.
Ooh. So that's one of the fun parts of doing modules sometimes, where you're like, oh, this little blurb about the room, you're like, oh, that's gonna be cool.
Is this a module?
No, I talked about this before. The surprising place where there's all the information about Chult is in the Tomb of Annihilation adventure, because the Tomb of Annihilation is in Chult for some reason. All right. You appear in a tropical city under the blazing sun. The familiar sounds of a harbor, creaking ropes slapping waves, heavy barrels rolling across cobblestones, mingle with voices shouting and cursing in an unfamiliar language, filled with clicks, inhalations, and sing-songy words that make it sound almost musical. The aroma of unfamiliar spices and tropical fruit mixes with the wharfside smells of fish, tar, and canvas. Beyond all that, Port Nyanzaru is an explosion of color. Buildings are painted in bright shades of blue, green, orange, and salmon pink, or their walls are adorned with murals portraying giant reptiles and mythical heroes. Every building supports baskets and clay urns of colorful flowers, or is draped in leafy flowering vines. Minstrels in bright clothing, adorned with feathers and shells, perform on street corners. Multicolored pennants and sun awnings flutter atop the city walls. A crowd of children dressed in feathered hats and capes races past you, squealing in delighted terror, as a street performer costume as a big-toothed lizard stomps and roars behind them. The whole city seems to be bustling, sweating, laughing, swearing, and singing. That's what you saw when you first got here, and it seemed like there was kind of a big festival day going on, like they were getting ready for something. And then you found out what it was in the most terrible way possible. So, several times a week, they have raptor races through the streets. And most of the people will stay inside buildings or on second floors and all that, because these riders barely have control of their mounts. As you soon discovered when one saw you and turned it into a greyhound race. So just it went after you, the other raptors behind it went after you, you ran down the street you came, which was not the raceway, leading 3 or 4 raptors after you, until you finally turned around and stopped and talked with them, got them to stop, which really pissed off the riders, because now they were all out of the race because you went running down this other way. So the council, a council representative, kindly asked you to leave the city. You're not banned, but they say just don't come back for a little bit. for at least 2 or 3 more races until this is, under the water under the bridge.
Well,
And
I gladly do.
and they didn't just kick you out into the jungle, because that kind of exile is pretty much a death sentence. What they did is they put you on one of their trade caravans to Fort Baldarian, because they're partners here. So you ended up there. Now, Fort Baldarian is much less impressive than what I talked about for Port Nyanzaru.
It's hard to say Nyanzaru.
Nyanzaru. And it's like, I can't remember.
Every time I see it, I'm like, Nyanzaru.
Nyanzaru. So Fort. Right?
I know, it's so bad.
Fort Baldarian.
Would you not pin the fort?
Balarian. Sorry. I should have.
It's way at the top.
Is it not? Oh.
Or maybe you did in the one shot or whatever.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to ask, is this related to Baldur's Gate?
It is.
But it's not Baldarian.
It's not Baldarian. It's
though.
Balarian.
Balarian.
So
I was
Fort,
thinking Bulgarian.
that's what I say that too, but Fort Balarian is named Fort Balarian because 2 Flaming Fist captains led the first expedition to Chult to establish a beachhead, and Captain Balarian died during the expedition, so they named it after him. So Fort Balarian is much less grand. It is a wooden palisaded fort up on the top of a hill with a tower in the back of it, and that's pretty much it. It's built as a garrison for the Flaming Fist that stay here, which is all told around 60 to 100 people that stay up there. They do offer, for any adventurers, respite. You can come and stay for a couple nights in the fort if you want. They also will protect anyone that they can fit inside their gates if something happens. And something does happen all the time, which is why there are a lot of non-permanent shelters around it. There's basically a village around this hill of people that know that this is one of the best places for protection. If a huge stampede of T-Rexes come out, everyone can run up into the gates and hide in the fort, and then go out and have to pick up the pieces of their broken village and rebuild, and that's what they do. But at least they live. It has been transforming. In the last half year, they're actually digging a moat and starting the foundations of a permanent stone wall that's going to encompass the village. And a lot of the villagers are also stockpiling stone and other things to build real houses once the walls go up. Because now the population outside of the fort has swelled up to 1,000 people or more at any given time. Unfortunately, with those kind of numbers, that means things do stomp in here and raid this place considerably more often. So thus why the fort and the Flaming Fist is now taking it a lot more seriously about establishing this as a full colony and not just a fort. But as I said, everything right now is generally wooden and thatch and canvas homes and buildings. So when you got to Fort Balarian, you didn't really have much going on, and that is where, actually, you might have met on the road to Fort Balarian as well. You two met, and he has piranha that swim around him, which is quite interesting. And
baby carrots.
And so you two, being outsiders and also both having connections to nature, struck up an acquaintanceship. You're not like super partners yet or anything like that, but you've been here a couple weeks. He just got here. You can start talking about what's going on.
Raptor races or something else, huh?
Yeah, you've only been to Port Nyanzaru.
I didn't get into there at all.
Yeah, you've been to Port Nyanzaru like twice. The problem with Port Nyanzaru is it's expensive. Everything there is expensive. Night stays at hotels or anything like that is like so. Balarian, you are free stay pretty much at Balarian. That's all covered by your expedition.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's stay for free, pay twice the normal going rate of the Sword Coast. Sorry. Raptor races or something.
Yeah.
You were talking. I'm sorry. Can't say I've ever caught a raptor race. Is it a...
Well, before now, neither have I. They almost caught me too.
Oh, you were the...
Yeah, for a little bit.
What is that thing called? It's called the rabbit? The bait?
I don't know. I'm not... Greyhound race is not my thing, but it is called something.
Yeah, I'm
Keep
sure it's
talking.
got some...
Yeah.
I bet it's called the rabbit. What brings you out to Chult? If you're scared of raptors, we're sort of heading into the nest.
Oh no, we talked it out. It was fine. I just travel sometimes. I've been to Chult, have you?
Never. Wait. I already have my piranha, so I have been to Chult.
You've been here for a couple weeks.
Oh, I've been here a couple weeks. Oh, you're just getting here.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're on the boat for some reason.
No, you are. You are coming back in.
I am prescient.
Oh,
I
you
know
mean
that
this
I'm
whole
about to
page of
be.
notes
Yeah.
I just took right here that I just forgot about and decided we were just on a boat now?
Yeah, you were coming back in from a foray out into the near wilderness of Valerian, and this cart is coming along from Port Nyanzu, whatever, Nyan.
I know, now I can't even say to you.
And so you just hook up with that to walk back to the fort, protection in numbers.
No, this is my first time here.
No, this is my first time here.
Yeah, that came out wrong. I'm going to have to nail that down. Sorry.
Yeah,
Your accents.
it takes a while to get these accents.
That's fine. I could still do the Dermok one because we did it for like a year.
Yeah.
Also, Eternals, Icarus. He's the guy that played Rod Stark from the show He's who Dermok's accent is based on. That's him, yeah.
You laughed when I made the Targaryen joke.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Which was spot on, by the way.
I mean, I guess I would just... Yeah, my studies brought me down here. You know, us Genasi aren't born this way, usually. I was human for a time.
When did you change?
When do Genasi change? Right around puberty, I started to green.
Yeah, I had a similar problem.
Oh, you were human.
No, I got over it.
God, what did you get over? I'm afraid to ask.
It's a personal thing for my kind. You understand.
Oh, also, I didn't mean to be like, definitely I deserve inspiration.
Oh.
Or, like, inspiration, I was like, definitely. It was more like, I felt writing it down was like inspired. I was like, yeah, that sounded good. So I'm sorry, you overcame puberty, gotcha. Yeah. A tough time for us all.
Indeed.
Anyway, I've found that many a water elemental Genasi spirit, or genie, as the common people would call it, might have come from Chult at some point. So I'm here investigating that origin. What's up?
It's just little rabbit nod, and I can just see his like ears like yeah, yeah.
There was an old YouTube thing where there's ninja movie reviews. Anyway, this guy did YouTube reviews, but he would cut it where he'd be talking, and then all of a sudden he would be like a couple of centimeters away, or like over here all of a sudden, and his talking would be normal. Anyway, and then upon my arrival, these have attached themselves, and the fish kind of swim into a spout. And be my guest. So as you touch it, I guess sometimes it'll be corporeal, and other times it'll be not.
Incorporeal. Make an animal handling.
I'm going to talk to your piranhas, by the way.
A 19?
Yeah.
Natural?
Let's
Damn.
Whatever.
Okay.
Can I cast Forget What You Saw Last Night?
The fish lie! So, like, as you reach your hand out, it kind of, like, puts itself into your hand, and it's, very cat-like, like, going around your hand to kind of pet itself, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's a 25, so...
Yeah. So it takes to you nicely. You can tell that it's content.
Is there any kind of intelligence behind it? Or is it like I'm familiar with Fae and spirits and stuff?
Hang on. Well, let's talk this out now because that's going to come up a lot.
Is it like Ecuador?
It is a spirit.
Pause the swarm.
The whole of it is a collective spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Does it acts as one thing despite being
multitudes of things.
So because of it, its mass is just distributed, so I can use it to pick things up and move me around or move itself around. It can mage hand for me.
A couple of them can go out and pick things up and bring them back.
And then the swarm can move through spaces that are small or tiny as well because it can individualize, so I can send it out.
And it can
like
decorporalize, basically. It can turn into more of just water-ish kind of consistency, not the fish that they are.
So it's...
I don't know if I can actually. If it's a spirit, then I don't know if I... Because it's talk to animals.
Yeah. Now,
but
in this...
hair, it's an animal.
Yeah, in this form, it is doing what, the animals do. So, your speak with... it's called a specific thing. They don't actually talk. You just understand their movements, sounds, all that stuff. You can interpret them.
Well, they can understand what I say.
Yes.
And I gain the ability to decipher their noises and motions.
Noise, motions, all that stuff.
Also, the swarm is weird because I don't see through its eyes or anything like that. It's like a pet.
Yep, it's an animal.
Key.
Like it's a you have you're a companion class. You're a pet class.
This one was really cool. I almost rewrote the whole thing because I was like, I wonder if this is a cool idea or not. Somebody had put pollen because it's just spirits.
Yeah,
it's
it could be anything. It could be leaves.
Awesome.
You could be whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
well, when I was like pollen, I started thinking of like a dryad style character. Someone that was like pure, but I was like, this is too druid now.
Anyway, I'm like this talking to it, and
it's continue.
It likes you.
It's content and happy now that it's found someone that moves away from its spot.
Spectre Carmen, first time chat. Cheese is technically a loaf of milk.
I think they're called wheels.
Yeah. What?
Cheese.
Cheese wheel. Cheese loaf. I'd eat a cheese loaf.
You see that Reddit post of a 42-pound block of cheese?
Did you see the 4,100-pound block?
Yeah, like
Photo of it.
No, it is. It's got like a banana on the top of it that's like this big. Cause it's
So you're talking about Andrew Jackson's?
What? No, that's the picture. The one where people are whittling it off. Yeah, that was like a 4-ton piece of cheese.
Yeah. That he kept for a year, which seems weird to me.
Well, I mean, as long as the outside was bronze or crusted. It
as long as it rinds, basically the outside rinds and deadens. Well, thanks for the cheese talk.
It did spark some
we will go on like, welcome to the most boring D&D stream on Twitch. We'll talk about cheese.
Does it have a name?
No, I haven't named them.
Can I name it?
I mean, it's not always the same one. It's more of like I'll try to coalesce it into a single form of like kind of water and fish, so that you can see that it's that can take a single form. That's just a piece of it. It's hard to explain.
I've got time.
Oh, well, explain it yourself. No, this spirit came out of the wood and took this form, I'm assuming, to, and I'll turn it back into fish to complement my own personality.
It was stuck in a deep, dark lectern, and when he arrived, it freed them and bonded with him so it could get out of the lectern. So you freed it.
Yeah,
That's so nice of you.
I didn't do it on purpose.
Mm-hmm. You didn't know you were doing it,
Yeah.
but you would have probably done it on purpose.
Yeah, for sure. It's nice. Plus, they're kind of greenish with a little orange stripe. They look more like a mahi in color than they would like an actual like pure prana or silver on the top of the red underbelly. And things are greener.
When I first came to this place, a room, I saw some big beasts. I think they're called cows. And they were trapped on the other side of a fence. So I let them go. And there were some very angry people.
Like I would say so. Did Haragon not eat meat?
Occasionally, but I prefer my greens.
Do the Haragon herd? Do you keep vole or varmint?
I think so.
You tell me, man.
What meat do rabbits eat? I mean, you said sometimes you eat meat.
Fish.
Oh, okay, that would.
Well, I wouldn't eat your fish. But it looks at him. He might want to eat me. But...
They all clack.
You got any food?
Have I got any food? Yeah, I think I do. Let's share a ration. Rabbit.
Well, you're almost back to Fort Balarian, where you can.
Yeah, but you should never turn down a chance to eat.
It's true.
So we'll share a ration. Mostly because he looks small enough that I can share a ration without still being hungry.
Yep. Quarter for you, 3/4 for me.
You can have the milk.
I can't drink milk. It makes my stomach.
God damn it. Like on a stream where all we do is talk about food and stuff, there's gonna be this rabbit that's like, vegetables only, I can't eat the milk. Oh, this ration's a little dry. And I'm like, God damn it.
So you come out into a clearing. This field has been cleared of most things. You come out of the... It's not dense jungle. This path is a pretty well-cut path, though it has to be cut every damn day from the port to the fort. The area is cleared. The hill is there. You see the fort. You see the wall and the moat where they're digging the moat. The foundations of the wall. That's going to be the new city here. But you go over. They have a wooden temporary bridge over where the moat is going to be, and the cart rolls over that.
How does this place smell? And how loud is it?
It's not very loud except for the digging and hammering on this side. When you get inside, it's, again, a lot of very temporary natural buildings, like wood huts and cabanas and tents of varying sizes. Lots of... There are a lot of people here that you would have seen on the mainland, like adventurer types and mercenaries and things like that, but a good 2/3 of this population seems like native. You also see plenty of folk that you don't see very often on the mainland, like Tabaxi. So,
Tabaxi. I like Tabaxi. I think we'll talk more about Tabaxi.
well, good for you. So, a couple things first. You've been staying at a place called the Hammock House. The Hammock House is basically a flop house that is just a tent or basically a long triangular shaped building, a long house that's just, wood stacked up like this, covered in thatch, which is coated in a resin to keep the rain out as well as it can. And inside, hanging from the roof, the slanted roof, are just hammocks. And keeps you off the ground, keeps you away from snakes, things like that. Also, there's hooks, like rafters coming through with hooks on them so you can hang your gear so it's not touching the ground. And down the middle, there are massive chests that are lock boxes for anything that's too big or valuable. You don't want just hanging there. You can use the lock boxes. And there's always a person on duty, normally a halfling, that takes care of this hammock house.
I like halflings too.
I think I speak half.
And like it just has rattan, like almost curtain flap to get in and exit on each side in case a monster, animal or beast gets in one side, everyone can run out the other side. So that's your place of stay right now. But you have been finding yourself spending most of your time at a place called Hin's Reign.
I've been staying at a place called...
No, you've been spending your time there. Hin's Reign.
So apostrophe S?
Yes.
Hin's
Reign. Uh-huh.
Just like a tavern?
Yeah.
Reign
Sort of.
like, I run this place, or reign like...
Yes.
Gotcha.
So, it is a very, very large circular cabana-style building with a central bar in the middle. It's a big round bar. It's soft wood, massive thatch roofing. So, haven't really said this part yet, but all the water, don't trust any water in Chult unless it comes down from the sky and doesn't touch anything else. So the moment water touches the ground here, just consider it poison. They have large gutters that are on the top of this cabana, and on every post around the outside, they have closed jugs that the rainwater goes into. So it is a common stop for a lot of people because they can just go up and get water for free from this place they provide this service for. Now, it's open-sided. You can just walk in from any which way. It's got the big round area, the big round bar in the middle, tables, and a little outlying tent over a kitchen kind of thing. Mainly it's just big grates with coals underneath, and then big slabs of steel or iron with coals underneath those, and they have multiple pots of different things going. But the reason it's called Hin's Reign is because pretty much every ship from the mainland had chickens on them, and they thought they'd bring the chickens out here onto this land, and now chickens are everywhere. They are an invasive species that they're walking up and down. You can't walk anywhere without seeing at least 3 or 4 chickens in your line of sight while you're in this town, basically. Very much Hawaii. So,
Can I introduce myself to him?
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, give me 1 second. So the Hin's Reign is known because it serves gin seeds. And gin seeds are basically like sunflower seeds, but they look like a rabbit. They kind of have 2 tails. And the seed pod. And what you do with the gin seed is you put it between your mouth, they're tiny. You just put the 2 things between your teeth, and you bite down, and if it's been roasted well enough, that seed pod is going to pop open and send the seed right into your mouth. So you just sit there and people just pop, 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 and throw the seeds on the ground. Well, the husks are built like that because they're very nutritious for the seed to grow. But they're not edible to a human. So you drop them on the ground, and guess what loves to eat those seed casings? Chickens. So there are chickens all over this place because people are just popping seeds and throwing the seed husks onto the ground, and the chickens are eating them. So many so that because of the soft wood, how the chickens are walking around and hitting the ground, it sounds like it's raining constantly. because of the soft taps of the chickens. You walk up and you see a group of little chickens, and you, mine, food, mine.
I just made me realize I don't want to be able to talk to animals.
food, mine.
It's like that Far Side comic or whatever, the guy who invents the dog translator. Oh, there's that one. One who invents the dog translator, and it's just all the dogs going, hey, hey,
Look at that. I'm over here. I'm over here.
So over behind the counter is a tabaxi. She is all black, except for she has this kind of weird splotch of pinkish fur, like pinkish white fur, over this eye. Looks like she probably had a birthmark underneath that, and it discolored the hair. Her name is Daydreams at Night. Most of the people here just call her Dreamy.
Dreamy.
Mm-hmm. Dream or Dreamy. The cook over on the grill is Rainy Garden.
Is it also tabaxi?
He is also tabaxi. He is cooking up satay skewers of chicken on the big grill. They have several basting sauces to choose from that are in those pots. He just kind of like dips the chicken skewers in and puts them right onto the grill. The other pots have blanched vegetables and other goodness. But the other thing they're known for is noodles. And he hand pulls big, long noodle dough, and then he just picks it up and takes his claw and cuts through the whole thing and kind of twists off the end. And then he throws all of that into one of these big pots, stirs it until it floats, and then puts it on a dish. You can put chicken on there, you can put vegetables, different sauces that he's making.
What's his name again?
Well, he is Rainy Garden. One of the things about it, though, is that it is a single noodle that is like 4 feet long. And it's pretty thick. Nice, big chewy, get a nice chew noodle to it. Like thicker than udon, hand stretch noodle. So one of the jokes for newcomers, pranks, is when they get their first plate of noodles, it looks like a plate of noodles with whatever's on it, and they say, oh, hey, it's customary to slurp it. If don't cut the noodle. It's super disrespectful to them. And so there is the new guy sucking in a 4-foot long noodle, and all of the noodle is gone at the end. Also, besides pranking newcomers, it's fun to just try to see if you can do it. If you can get through a 4-foot noodle in one slurp.
I'll definitely try it.
But you do see that, like, the chicken that he's putting onto the satay skewers or poaching is fresh, because when he needs chicken, there's enough walking around right next to him.
I don't like that.
Yep. And you see, like, eventually you'll see one grab, like, he just grabs one and it's like, pops it, hands it off to an assistant who starts plucking it, and the other chickens are like, well, he doesn't need that food anymore, does he?
Keep in mind, they can't talk.
Right. But this is what you're seeing. It's just like, they're not shocked that, like, there's that, like, food. Chickens are dumb. So
Some of the fish chase a couple chickens there.
That's turkey.
It's true.
I didn't even think about
Also, oddly enough, most of the chickens here are mute. See, when the roosters first got here, and became prolific, and there was a whole bunch of roosters, the Flaming Fist at the fort were going to actually put up a bounty for them, because mornings were hell, with dozens and dozens of unaccounted for roosters just out in the field. But they realized very quickly that they didn't last very long. The crowing roosters got eaten by predators so fast that only the roosters that didn't crow lived. And it actually bred in a form of mute chicken here.
No, that's happening with rattlesnakes.
They're stopping their... Yeah, like, let's just get us killed.
Or it's we kill all the ones that use their rattle properly.
Yeah.
And have big, nice, solid rattles. So now that we're decreasing the size of rattles. I think that's cool.
Don't kill rattlesnakes, folks.
What?
So don't kill rattlesnakes, folks.
So...
Plus they keep the fucking rodent population
It's funny
down.
that we had that Ute rooster. We were in Arkansas once and went to this in Utah, went to this settlers farm thing. They had a rooster there that was perfectly mimicking like a movie rooster call, like that. But he kept missing a syllable, and it was driving me nuts.
Like you
Because he kept going. I was like, "What are you doing? This can't
You're so
be stopped."
close.
Yeah. Did it for like 2 hours.
There was a hawk around my house not too long ago that did like that perfect Western. Yeah.
Right, so you have a seat, and Dreamy is comes up. Are you sitting at the bar or are you sitting at a table? Sorry.
Oh, the bar.
Okay. Welcome back.
This
Welcome
is my
back,
first
Cobble.
time here, right?
Yeah, he goes, welcome back, Cobble. Oh,
Hi, I'm Oling.
Oleg.
Oling.
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 I'm Daydreams at Night.
Yeah, it was
Nice to meet you, Daydream, today.
I was riding the cart back, and this really big egg just cracked open.
I don't think I have ever seen your kind before.
We're not very common in these places.
Where are you coming?
Feywild.
Say I've traveled that far.
Don't say I'd want to travel there. I've heard its splendor is amazing, but dangerous. Though, I do live here.
Yeah. I was going to say the same could be said for the Jungles of Chult.
What can I get you? Would you like some tej?
Is that the noodle?
No. Tej is the more popular drink than beer here. It is an amber-colored fermented drink made from honey, and it is seasonal. So, depending on what flowers are in season or what flavors they have of tej.
Yeah.
Abyssal ale?
There's no abyssal.
Damn it. This character has acid resistance.
Some tej. She gives you the varietals, which are basically there's a mint, a lavender, and then just a honeysuckle, like just a honey.
Mix the mint and the lavender together.
Okay.
I'll have what he's having. And then,
Excellent.
So how do you make this?
She'll go into how you make tej.
And I will hang on her every word.
You have to have a malt and this, and you have to ferment it and boil it in this, and then you add the honey. We coat the inside of the cask to get the flavoring all around. We have apiaries out in certain parts of the woods. The wild bees are much better than the apiaries that the Baldarians keep. She'll talk all about it. And pours you drinks. You want to order a thing of noodles with vegetables? Are you going to...
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, even if I figured out that it was a prank played on new people, I'd still try and do the whole thing.
It would just be so hard to be like...
Those teeth.
You have to get it in through the side.
But man, what an easy way to eat noodles, just suck some in and just shear it right off with those teeth.
Remember, little bunny, it's rude to snip the noodle here. Try to get it down in one go.
So what brought you here?
This is going the side.
Research on water spirits, elementals from the area that may have touched my ancestors in some way or another.
So you speak Primordial. I speak Primordial.
Oh, did you really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I guess I speak Primordial.
I met some over up north.
And what type of Primordial did you meet up north? I say in Primordial.
Responded Primordial, some ice bears.
Should you have to do like a Constitution saving throw at this?
Pull it out a little bit.
Because it's not broken. It's going down the esophagus into the stomach.
I think if it keeps getting gross, just one of the little piranhas is going to come over.
Do you?
Yeah. This is a gag. Please don't gag yourself.
But the vegetables are very earthy and fresh and just perfectly blanched and seasoned.
Are they leafy?
Yeah, so there's some bok choy that's just cut in half, so like nice big bulbs with the leaves coming at the top. There's a couple, there's big, long, discs of taro root that's been boiled. Still has nice snap crunch to it when you bite down. Plus, there's these long green bean type things. Long, thick. Chopped.
That thick?
Not thick, yeah.
That's a big bean.
That is a huge, and they cut them up, and it's a good accompaniment to the noodle, because there's a big, long, soft, fat noodle with this crunchy, almost, it's a green bean. You can see the bean in there, but the fibrousness of the shell is what is, it's more like okra. It has that okra kind of look to it. Hexagonal interior, holding the seeds.
This is very good. Dreams. Daydream the night.
Dreamy.
Daydream it.
Dreamy.
Well, thank you. Rainy Garden is quite the cook.
And what brings you out here, man? Just wandering?
Yes. I heard about this place. It sounded fascinating.
You heard that you look like food, though, right?
Yes, I noticed that.
where
To
else?
be fair, everything is food here.
That's true. And I'm sure, to be fair, he looks like food everywhere as well.
I think coming here actually puts him more on a level playing ground, because if a Yuan-Ti were to look at the two of you, it would probably go after you for the more meat.
Is the hair considered small size?
They can be either. He's a small.
Are you want small? Okay.
You come in many sizes.
Yeah. medium, and small. And I'm sorry, I didn't read into the Haragon too much. I'm trying to get a feel for what you look. I mean, you're backward knee, large footing. Or is it forward knee?
It's like, where's baby?
Is
The
it,
knee
it's
isn't
back leg or-
backwards. That's
That's what I'm saying. Is it a back leg or a front leg?
I mean, it's got the knee, but then the foot
It has
is
another
rabbit,
switch.
So it's
Yeah.
it's
which is
that.
technically its heel.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
when I'm if I have my hands full or something and I'm walking around, I kind of look like I'm walking with clown shoes,
Gotcha.
because it's the only way to stabilize myself on 2 feet. It's very adorable.
So Officer Hops from Zootopia.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
There you go.
Man, Disney just really nailed it with we're going to do a movie that is going to get the entire furry population on board with Disney. And you know what? We're going to do it in such a way that everyone else is going to love it too.
I mean, you had Shakira do the music. It
Yeah.
worked out pretty good.
That movie was fantastic.
I liked
But
it.
also,
We're not sponsored by Disney.
see, Amazon Prime has Critical Role. You could take our
there you
shitty
go.
story and make cartoons out of it.
Disney, look at this brilliant IP that's just available.
Just getting
right?
wasted.
God, this whole space we were talking about, you could just put Disney commercials, Lion King stuff just right here. It'd be great. Be like, sorry, Rob, you missed the boat. We're raking in that Disney bucks now.
So you're eating. Did you order food?
You're eating?
Yeah, you just.
Anyway. So now you're playing Mitzel.
Yeah.
Muesli or whatever his name is.
Or did you order food?
No, I'm fine. I've been eating rations and trail mix all day.
And I just want to say, I don't want to do this all the time, like in game. But anytime I'll get a chance to get somebody to start talking,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. So the head nod. So you guys are sitting there chatting. He's asking lots of questions. You are a sage, so you'd love to hear yourself talk. When
He's a sage too. So my character is a sage too.
yeah, okay. Surprised you didn't take Fey Lost.
Well, because I
it
took
has
that for
yeah, but I mean it's still I think a little bit more representative of
Outlander.
Fey.
I have to say too that that's the only time that I experience analysis paralysis, sort of doing the background options. Because on D&D Beyond, it's a wheel, and you click on one, and then it gives you the entire description. And I'll start reading, and eventually be like, "What am I doing anymore?" Oh yeah, I'm on like option 5 because I've like read the whole thing, and I get stuck. So I have to kind of just pick the one that sticks with me, and then just go. Sorry. Gotcha. Why did I think his legs were backwards?
And just that
No, they're not
long
on-
heel, like
Yeah.
They're not backwards on a rabbit in real life either.
No.
They're not. So
Mammals, yeah. When you see that
They
with
all have
dogs
the
and
same
stuff, her knee is the one that's go away when I needed her as an example.
she's right here. Bandolier. All right.
They're like walking on the balls of their feet.
By my very eyes. I didn't believe it. I just lost a gold because of it. Are those actual piranha just swimming around in the air as I live and breathe?
The Ryback are a very hardy sort, especially the flying variety. Send a couple his way.
Oh! No thanks. There is a gnome sitting in front of you, standing in front of you.
Very terrifying for me. A bunch of piranha come at you.
It's a gnome. He is pale-skinned. You can see that he has obvious signs of sunburn. His nose is like getting over a blister, and his hairline is red and pinkish. Kind of that tender-looking pinkish. But he is head to toe in native garb, in like what you would probably think a Chultan merchant prince is wearing, kind of like way too expensive green cloth with gold thread, Sarapa style. I don't know what those called. Like,
What is what called?
it's basically the big,
Serape?
pretty much.
Thing with you poke your head in.
Oh yeah, it's the poncho.
Poncho, there you go.
Yeah, it's like that, but it's the Amazon African version of it.
Gotcha. I'm sure it has some sort of Amazonian name. So is it more triangle in the front?
It's kind of squared and then it comes down like that.
All right.
And then he's got bangles on of semi-precious stone and very, very nice looking wood with carvings. He's got a big gold plate necklace on, like it's like the plates like coming out. He looks like he's trying really hard to look native and rich.
And your name, sir?
I'm Yosham. Yosham Tibble-Tobble.
That name is so ridiculous I didn't even capitalize it. Tibble-tobble?
Tibble-Tobble. Yep, Yosham Tibble-Tobble. Purveyor of fine wares from all over Faerun. Aurora's got nothing on me.
Who's Aurora?
Aurora's whole world's catalog? You must be new here. And I have to say, until you just talked right now, I thought you were another one of his animal companions.
The mistake
we're
has been made
friends.
twice. I guess we're friends.
Well, good. I have a business proposition for you, apparently. Someone told me that I'd find a man with piranha swimming around him. And it just so happens that I am in the piranha business. I hope to be in the piranha business. I need someone to help guide me and help speak with the Aldani peoples to the north.
Or the Aldani.
Aldani?
Aldani. Yep.
I say, sir, as much as I would like to oblige, I've not been here myself before. My first visit.
Well, it seems you
never mind,
are...
I've been here for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, you've been here a couple of
Keep
weeks.
forgetting
Yeah.
that. Have I been to the Aldani? Do I know where
No.
the Aldani are?
You don't know
Have
what...
I heard of the Aldani?
Roll.
This is...
History.
Hey.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Hey. Damn it. Alright, 11.
Nope. You have not heard of that word yet, but you've heard, or at least you don't remember hearing it. You get thrown a lot of new terms when you came to this place. He goes, but I've been told by the people up in that big fort up there that you speak many languages.
I do. Is there one you're looking for in particular?
Well, anything that'll translate to the lobster folk.
The lobster folk.
Yes, the Aldani.
Do they speak? They don't speak Chult in Chult, do they? What do they speak?
They speak Chultan. Just we'll call it that for now.
Do they speak Chultan?
I have no idea.
Oh boy.
But I'm covering as much base as I can by, hopefully, hiring you to help me negotiate with
Keyword
these.
hire. And what does this sort of work normally pay?
I'll pay you 10 times what would go for one of those sword-swinging mercenaries up in the camp. A gold a day. And a normal, you've hired mercenaries before to come out with you. It's a silver a day for a Flaming Fist mercenary.
Is that good?
And what is it that you do?
Nature. And do a little druid craft.
Okay. You think you can get us safely through this jungle?
Got this far.
Well, then
I'd say
a gold for each of you a day, then. Since you are friends, and I don't want to break up a friendship.
That's very kind of you.
Well, it seems we've a plan for the evening. Or should we start tomorrow?
Well, we should probably start tomorrow. It's not a good idea to walk through the jungle at night. It's not a good idea to walk through the jungle at all, but business is to be had out there.
I've yet to have a chance to swim through the jungle yet. Have you been in any of its waterways?
Oh, I have not. I've heard that there are terrible, terrible things in there. Parasites that will get into your holes.
I started to write that down. And how long have you been here, Tibbletop?
I've been back and forth from Lanton to Port Nyan for the past 4 months now.
It's Nyan.
Nyanzura.
Say it again.
Nyanzura.
Nyanzura.
It's like Nyan Cat.
Nyan. Nyan.
Nyan Cat. That might actually help me.
Yeah.
Actually. I hate
Nyanzaru, right? Nyanzaru.
Elari. Nyanzaru. Yeah. Actually, that Nyan worked out really well.
Nyan.
Yeah, Nyanzaru. Port Nyanzaru.
Nyanzaru.
Forget it.
Securing business and seeing what exotic wares Chult might have, and then I heard of the Aldani and their trained piranhas.
Oh, the Aldani have trained piranha.
Yes, they do. And I want to sell them.
Why?
Oh, who would not want trained piranhas? You have a nice keep up on the hill, you have a moat, trained piranhas. You are a pirate captain. In the waters around you, trained piranhas.
Can they swim in some water?
Yeah. The logistics of this make no sense, Yoshin. How can you take an animal from its home and put it into a different environment?
Well, that's what they're trained for.
Yeah.
Can I insight this guy a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, because I don't know if I want to get in on selling piranhas. God damn it. Sounds like he's telling the truth. They're definitely trained to make it from one environment to the next.
And he doesn't know. Like, you're going to get there, and you're probably going to do all the talking if
No,
you
it's
can
fine,
find a
yeah.
language. And if this guy wants to pay you to go out there and fail at a negotiation for business, why wouldn't you take his money? Did you draw the hen's
bar,
reign?
yeah.
That's nice. It's almost exactly what it is.
And there's the outside tent, and then all of the.
Yeah. You need to put the jugs on the posts.
I drew kegs, and then
okay,
I was like, oh yeah, I was supposed to put jugs. Up
And they
here,
aren't.
so-
Yeah, they're not. They're hanging off the post so they don't touch the ground.
Yeah, it'd be more like that.
Yeah, very nice.
But like finding out these Aldani trained piranha is a good lead for me.
Yeah, I mean, now if he's going to pay you gold to get out and talk to these lobstermen, why not? You don't have to help him technically.
Yeah, for sure.
He won't know what you're saying.
Well, you sound like he was doing. I mean, he's got a good lead. If you can train a piranha to swim in salt water, then I mean, it's soluble. I rolled a 4 on my insight, so I'm.
I can roll in nature, but from what I know of fish,
yeah, right.
But there also are two schools of piranha. There are multiple species of piranha, but there are saltwater piranha.
Right, but that doesn't mean that freshwater piranha can.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, this guy's being ridiculous.
Yeah.
He just gave me a piece of information that I'm definitely going to take. So, all right. So we'll make the eve here. I mean, I'm assuming there's some place to stay here.
Yeah, and there's the Hammock House.
Yeah, the Hammock House. This is why I underlined everything with a name. There we go.
I was doing something like that in the things. If it's a person, I put a circle next to it. If it's an item, I put 3 hash marks. So I started, and if it's a place, I do a triangle.
This one was, I did a bunch of stuff like that, but one of my favorite was people that owed us money in the beginning because we were doing business stuff. So, and then when I got him the ledger, I was like, oh yeah, I don't have to do that anymore. Something fun for him to do, but also takes him out of money. That's what I do for a living.
Well, I'll see you at the bridge in the morning.
Is there a way I can stay in a hammock that's outside?
I have no idea.
Walls. The place is
The Hammock House?
the Hammock House open to the internet.
No,
Oh.
it's basically just a big it's a rooftop laying on the ground. But you'll have to ask the Hammock House, or try to go somewhere else and look for something.
As it's your first night here and everything.
Oh, Yoshim
Not Oleg.
excuses himself.
Because I was Oleg guy.
Yoshim excuses himself, but he puts 2 gold on the counter and says, "Oh, their drinks and food are on me tonight," and walks off. And Dreamy just like,
Yeah.
More drinks and food.
all right. She picks him up and gets you another round of Tej.
I know the thief in me was like, I'll take those, and then we're not going to come anywhere near 2 gold worth of stuff from this group, and I'll keep the pocket change, but I'm not a thief in this game.
She,
Another noodle, please.
you get another plate of noodles.
Actually, yeah, noodles now.
She'll also bring you some satay and vegetable satay for you.
So Olen, right?
Oleg.
Oleg. Okay, because I was Oleg, and I keep getting mixed up. Oleg.
Oleg.
Oleg. What set you to wander, Oleg?
It's just my calling. I found myself in Faerun on accident. Kind of a funny story.
The clicking thinking.
Have you ever heard of the Witchlight Carnival? Fascinating.
These are some heavy dice. No.
No? Because
I mean, what is that? History, right?
Yeah, it would be a memory check, basically, but yeah, history, go off that.
Yeah, so
The thing about it is,
11.
the difficulty might not have been as high as you would think.
Oh, well, then I got an 11.
It's still not high enough, but 8 years ago, it was outside of Silvermoon,
Oh, okay, so...
because that's where my character was from.
Alright. No, I've not heard of the Witchlight Carnival. Interesting place.
Oh yeah. If you don't pay, they take something from you.
Ah, and what did you lose? I'm assuming this.
I don't remember.
Right. Memories, yes. Heavy price.
Must have been.
Well, I mean, would that be a heavy price if you don't remember what you don't remember? Perhaps
only-
ignorance is bliss.
Dreamy is like, well, it just depends on if whatever that memory is about remembers you. I hope you didn't owe it money.
Funny you say that, maybe. There's a few people I can think of that I'd rather forget about. They don't wink at
Me?
Wink,
You
wink.
want to forget about me?
Yeah, no. I was trying to wink at you, but I was like, I don't know if Haragons know what winking is.
They just do that all the time.
Yeah. They just blink one eye. Blink.
So you don't want to forget that.
What? No, I was winking.
Okay.
Some ladies
Oh, okay,
I met
okay,
in my
okay,
youth, yes.
okay. How did you get here?
Well, my family fled some of the fallout from the Second Sundering over on our home island next to Maztica. And we came here, and we got to Lanton, where we tried to establish roots there, but it was just not for us. So we had the option of going to the mainland or south, and we came here. Just about the same time that Fort Balerion was being founded. So my father helped establish this place.
No, the fort is fairly young then.
It is. This was 100 years ago. Less than 100.
I know, like my brain was like, what? How is she so... Oh, it's Dungeons and Dragons.
What?
I was like, how is she so old? Like, you're
No,
not
her father.
Yeah, that's
like
exactly.
her, not her father. She's basically her family came here, so it's been generations since then.
What is the human lifespan in D&D? Is it 100
80
years?
to 90. Almost everything now, they're just kind of doing a blanket generic 100, and they're really trying to get away from the longer lived races, which I don't really understand, but whatever.
Bandy.
The whole turtle thing just still drives me nuts.
You know, and what's silly too is that I think, especially with, like, I hate saying with Kung Fu Panda, but it's kind of a monkey class.
Mm-hmm.
So monks, it would make sense for you to do that slowly over like 100 years than it would be to try to cram all that monk stuff into the
One
first
of the
15.
things about monks, though, is that their capstone ability, if you level all monk all the way to 20, they stop aging. So,
So the turtle's actually trying to save its life.
by becoming a monk.
Interesting. Well, let's pretend like we were having that conversation.
Yeah, you
Just
talk
yeah,
about,
we were talking about
because
turtles
there
and
are
stuff.
turtles here.
Yeah, we talk about some physiology of turtles. Something I think you would find interesting and that I would be interested to share.
I once
There-
raced a turtle.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
did
he
you
won.
win?
I didn't put erudition on there, so you can add it.
My hometown had a turtle, creaky voice of Warwick, I think, something like that. No, Warwick was a different character. Dang, de-inspiration. Can't even remember my own stupid character's name.
There are several turtles.
Oh, his name's Warwick. Ha ha ha.
There are several turtles that frequent here. Most of them live in the port, though. Their homeland is part of the lands that connect Chult to the mainland.
Which is over east and south of Calamshan, right? It's Calamshan and
I'm pretty sure it
Chult
comes underneath, like, yeah, Chult Peninsula, I believe, comes out of the bottom of Calamshan and rises up.
Oh, okay.
if I remember correctly. But regardless, those lands might as well not even be there because they're completely impassable. Like, just the terrain, there's nothing that can get over them. The turtle literally like live on this little beachhead at the bottom of it, and the only way they leave is through the water.
Gotcha. Anything else before we head in for the evening?
I mean, I'm not going to do this, but he'll try and get anybody to talk for as long as possible.
Do you guys have any of the seeds? Do you any of the gin seeds? It's because there's just bowls of them sitting around.
Yeah,
I mean,
if
there's
like
free
it's
food.
it takes a while for you to get used to it because you have to put it between your teeth, and yours like are very offset from each other.
Right.
So you might just have to like pinch it into your mouth.
I think one of the things about this character is going to be the college student eating thing, where it's like,
Free food? Yeah.
It's just a little more, I guess.
Just that total college student free, paid.
Sage,
What
what do you do for a living? Research. Do you have gift cards?
Yeah, do you have gift cards? Are you gonna
Starving.
Are you gonna sponsor me? Are you gonna what's it called?
What'd you have for breakfast? 4 cups of coffee.
The coffee here is amazing.
I bet it is. I will say that was the weirdest sample thing I got when I was in the Big Island of Hawaii. So we went up and saw a coffee plantation up in the mountains. It was so beautiful. It's awesome, but it's Hawaii, and you're up in the elevation, and it's like 85% humidity and like 85 degrees. It's nice, but you're sweaty and it's gross, and shit's cool. And you go inside, and they're like, "Would you like to try the coffee?" You're like, "Sure." Piping hot samples of coffee at the end of the tour. You've been like walking around in the jungle for the last hour, and they're like, "Would you like some hot coffee?" You're like, "No."
Can I get some iced coffee, please?
Yeah, right. Like anything.
As he drinks coffee, you notice that he starts talking a little bit quicker.
Yeah. I destroy water his coffee.
You're probably not drinking coffee. You're probably just drinking the tej.
No, I mean, if it's at the end of the night, we're not drinking the coffee.
All right. Not much to do besides just chat and.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want me to know anything specific about your character, I know. I mean, you're really just a wanderer.
Yeah.
Just for the hell of it. Yeah.
And
I mean, it's a druid thing to go see all of the wild places, I guess.
Dreamy stays up as long as there's anybody in the cabana.
Oh, poor Dreamy.
That's alright. You bartend. Sometimes that's cool. Like, I'm going to close at 11, but you stay up until 2 just because you're having a good convo with a couple people. That stuff's cool. I can't think of anything I need to talk about or ask about. I mean, we'll get general ideas about the jungle. What are we expecting? Does she know anything about the Eldani?
Mobster people?
Yeah.
I
don't know why I'm saying yeah.
I've never met one. I've never talked to one. I know that they're a people.
And are these piranha common in this area?
I mean, I don't get to the water much.
Oh, so okay. So Dreamy's basically telling you no information.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, it makes sense that she wouldn't get near the water.
Yeah, cats and water.
It's a misnomer. What a strange thing for a druid to spread. Tigers swim. I mean, tabaxi, are they water creatures?
Depends on the tabaxi. The tabaxi are very much more like, small cat, because there's the leonin, which are lions and tigers. And then the tabaxi are like jaguars or house cats. The smaller cats. Not jaguars. Cheetah, jaguar, lynx.
Cheetah, jaguar.
Yeah, whatever.
Panther.
Those. Oh,
Jaguar do like
Rainy Garden is cheetah spotted.
So what's it?
Rainy Garden,
is
yeah.
cheetah spotted.
She's black with that discolored
eye.
fur, pink eye. And Rainy Garden is cheetah.
But jaguars do like water. They'll hunt caiman and stuff. I don't know if they like it, but they're not averse to it like a lot of other cat species.
If anybody else knew this, but did you guys ever see the like Halloween and like Christmas Chester Cheetah commercials, like the Cheetos commercials? Do you remember those being themed?
I mean, if you explain it to me, I might remember it. But
I never really liked Cheetos, but there's remember Chester Cheetah?
Yeah.
Right? He's like too cool for school kind of thing. But he every Christmas and every Halloween and stuff, they would have some sort of like short 3-minute video, and it would be like him coming down the chimney and like, you know, chasing off something and, you know, leaving Cheetos instead of like crappy gifts in the stocking and stuff like that, like mints and gum, like things you probably should get. Anyway, I don't remember what I was talking about that, but something brought it up. Tabaxi.
Welcome to the stream, everybody.
I know, sorry. it was the cheetah tabaxi. That's exactly what it was. Sorry.
All right. Well, you have a place to stay.
You're sleeping outside.
I like to look at the stars.
Well,
That's what I was trying to tell you earlier. Yeah, I know you're an outdoorsman, but Chult is not like any other place. I'm sure you've been before. Anything will get eaten out here. The things that eat other things are eaten here. Perhaps you should stay in the longhouse. It's already been paid for.
Also, it's raining pretty hard. You haven't noticed because the chickens, but it is pouring down rain as the sun has dropped.
Maybe it's just someplace with a window. Do they have windows at this place?
No.
A hammock closest to the door?
You can probably find one. Most people don't want to stay next to the door.
I'll sit next to the door.
Okay. So yes, I mean, you have some type of hood or tarp or something to cover yourself in the rain. You've been here long enough. It is raining 70% of the time here, at some level.
Oh no, I don't have any kind of like tarp or anything.
Oh, you're a fucking water genasi.
I'm just like,
You just
bring it
whatever.
on.
So you head out to go to the Hammock House. Do you cover up in any way, or
Sure.
Sure.
or just get soaked, your fur soaked? So you head over to the Hammock House and push your way in. The halfling is sitting there, leaning up his little stool against the first chest in the middle. And he kind of looks up, sees you. And you're already paid through, and just like, and looks down. Companion?
Yes, we're friends.
I call him dinner in halfling.
Huh. You're not really in halfling, he says. You're not really gonna eat that, are you?
I haven't decided yet. I'll make the fish swim around you for a second.
Huh. Alright, well, 4 copper, he says in common.
Oh. Hidden edge.
Can you break a goal?
A massive change. That's fun. That's like walking into a store and being like, can I get a sucker? You're like, sure, can you break this $150 bill?
Yeah, he's like, no, we don't have that much money on us.
Oh. Can you break a goal?
I don't know. No. Actually, I'm fairly well off. How did I get so much money?
Because you still have that. You're getting down to the last bit of it, but you had that funding, from coming out here.
I mean, I don't, but I
Well,
don't
just
have change. But yeah, I was gonna say I can just.
scramble up into the.
Oh, you should have just told him. Just tell him that you paid Dreamy. There's change on your bar tab for sure. I mean, you only had noodles and like a drink.
Well, it's a little bit late for that. You don't know where that gold is anymore. That gold disappeared.
Still trying to figure out the whole
Economy.
I know,
exchange of.
Yeah. In the Feywild, it's much different kind of commerce.
I was saying this character, I'm trying to make frugal, but I keep fucking it up because I'm usually the thief.
All right, so yeah, you get whatever hammock you want, and get the one right next to the front. You'll even since it's raining so heavily, it's actually kind of a cool night. It's only in the upper 70s. So he keeps one of the flaps open, so it's raining right there, and you can smell the rainy air and see the outside and hear the rain coming down.
As I sleep, the piranhas circle above me like I'm sleeping at the bottom of like a 3-foot pond.
I don't know how
I'm sure
piranhas sleep.
Good night, Cobble.
Piranhas sleep.
But-
They're the same as those like salmon and stuff.
Yeah.
They face the current and they just.
Do they huddle like other fish?
I don't. Well, they're school fish for sure, so I'm sure they do. They feed together and they spawn together. So I don't know. I'm realizing suddenly that I probably should have done some more piranha research before. That'll give me something to do this week. Actually, the kids are going to start writing. To write their information reports starting this week. So my sample animal will be the piranha.
What you should do is get your kids to do it. Just crowdsource your D&D characters.
That'll be a problem though. I'll be like, hey, what's the name of your demon hellspawn? I'm like, well, I had the kids vote on it, so its name is Pinky.
Yeah.
This hellspawn.
Pinky toe smiley face.
Last year was hilarious because I had 26 kids and
It just sounds like a pause.
Well, the one I always like is for rain. You do this. Bacon cooking. Rain. Bacon cooking. Rain. So, what were you saying? Something about kids doing something?
oh, I had 26 kids, but
Oh.
19 of them were girls. And so the entire class was just like overwhelmingly girls. And when we came back into the classroom, I lost another 2 boys. So it was just like even more girls. And it was real hard on them because every time we had to vote on anything, it was like, oh, what are we going to name this character? They're like, oh, Susan, Rosie, Priscilla. And like the guys are like, Max,
Yeah.
James. Nope, sorry. What color should we do this? Pink, 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 pink. And I'm like, sorry, everything is pink. Like everything was pink. Everything was.
I'm surprised everything is not green because of your avocados.
It was. I don't know. And this year, the kids don't give 2 shits about avocados. Nothing in my classroom is avocado colored or shaped. Nothing. Nope. It's all coyotes this year. And Star Wars. Star Wars seems to be winning, just because there's a little bit of Star Wars kind of in the background of everything, and the kids really latched onto it this year. So everything is Baby Yoda and Mandalorian and junk like that this year, which is cool. I'm just like, well, it's not like original. You know, it's not specific to that class. So, oh well. Can't pick them. Can't tell the kids what to like.
You sleep? Let's see, does anyone have a leak?
Have a leak?
Yeah.
Like, is it leaking? It won't bug me.
Yeah, it's true. You do have a leak.
Who cares?
So it's like just one bit of part of the hatch or the thatch didn't get resin on it, so it's like running down and just dripping right on you, and all your fish are like fighting over being in the line of it.
I roll over so it's like on my neck.
I was gonna say, I was imagining like when you drop water into like a puddle, it does that. So every time it hits you, you just have a ripple that
Goes through your body like. All right.
you wake up and you're a little bit bigger.
One of the worst. I was like, I couldn't sleep, and I took some of my medication to help me go to bed, and like I took too much, so I like knocked myself out. And when I woke up, I had drooled into my hand, and like it had pooled up, but it had siphoned into my ear.
Oh.
So it was just sitting there. I just happened to be laying in the right position, and I got up and was like, ew, gross. And as soon as I did that, it poured out of my ear. And I was like, oh my god, I had filled my own ear up with drool. Anyway. Hi, everybody.
Hi, welcome to the Botherverse.
Spectre Karma, I mean, if you were a normal person, you could have hung out and pay attention to that.
If you have it open, you're the only one watching.
It's true.
It's definitely only me here.
Well, no.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. So, when you wake up in the morning, it's still raining.
Excellent. The weather here is fine as always, chap. How did you sleep?
Well,
What?
I slept well.
Oh, you slept well.
Mm-hmm.
I slept in a well once.
Oh, well, tell me about it.
Very nice, very nice. Yes.
How'd you get in
Suspended. I jumped in. Did affinity for walking.
Yeah, I got that. How'd you get out?
Climb. It was actually the reason I jumped in, oddly enough. I was challenging myself to escape. Outdoorsman, I find that often my studies don't take me into the field. Anyway, this is boring.
No.
I know, as much as you say that. We should be making our way to the bridge to meet your shun soon.
That's right.
Yosh.
I could, my endeavors take me into the jungle anyway. Might as well get paid to do it as well.
Should we get breakfast first?
Is that what they're serving?
You probably still have credit at
Yeah, let's see if they got credit.
the Hen's Reign.
What are you looking for over here?
I'm looking for the Aurora's Whole Realms catalog. It's a small pamphlet-style book, about this big. So I was thinking it was going to be on the top, but I can't see it. Oh well. Aurora's Whole Realms catalog is Amazon for Forgotten Realms. It's a book that if you find it, you can order something from it by doing whatever ritual thing it says. Like, I want this item. I think you can either regular mail it or do something else or find a representative to put the order in for you. But a wizard delivers it to you, like teleports to you and delivers your items and teleports away. And no one knows where her warehouses are. And she has a bunch of weird shit. Very cool stuff. But
And you have a copy of it, is what you're saying?
I do have a copy of it, and it's great. I've had it out here before from some other games that we played in Forgotten Realms, just in case you guys wanted to mess around with it. But Tibble Toddle talked about her. Aurora's got nothing on me. He thinks he's going to be the next Aurora.
Starting with trained piranha.
Exactly. I mean, he's probably not starting with trained piranha. He probably already has some businesses,
That's true. It's just funny that we literally talked to a ranger and a druid, and the both of us were like, well, that wouldn't be the correct water source. Like,
and he just like, these people don't know nothing about business.
Yeah, right. He's probably right. I mean, if you can sell it, who cares if it like lives,
All right. So you head over to Hen's Reign.
Yeah, one noodle, please.
One noodle.
What do you have for breakfast here, Dreamy? Wait, I've been here for weeks.
Yeah, eggs. Lots and lots of eggs.
I'll get some eggs because they're probably the cheapest.
Yeah. They do a dish, which is basically like they crepe, cook really thin, some eggs, scrambled eggs, and then they cut it up and then they dice up a noodle with it as well and put some sauce on it. It's pretty good. Do you not want eggs? No. They aren't fertilized.
No,
Okay.
Wiley's knowledge of eggs got you there.
All right. Vegetables and noodles. All right.
So tell me about your parents.
No.
You can get several different things if you want the noodle egg dish. They also have egg satay wrap.
Yeah, I'll do the eggs and noodles, that's fine. I don't think I thought about my character's parents. Human. I mean, Genasi don't have any indicator, and their parents aren't necessarily Genasi, are they?
I don't know. Apparently you know more than I do, because for me, they're families of Genasi. Two Genasi can make another Genasi. But also, Genasi could have children with other, like, humans, basically, and just have humans. And then down the line, eventually, someone might be born as a Genasi. But
That's
if
what
you,
I got from it.
yeah,
So
if that's how you want to, like,
yeah, for me,
it's this place is all kinds of weird.
Yeah, I knew. Like, my parents weren't Genasi.
Odd.
Yeah, but believe me, odd for them too when their little boy turned green.
Did they kick you out?
No. They were understanding folks, to be sure. Although I had to leave public life for quite a while. It's how I initially got into my studies.
It's such a shame.
Oh, not at
People
all.
can be so cruel.
That they can.
This man walks into Hen's Reign. He is a Chultan, so dark-skinned, tall, bare-chested, mohawk. It's black mohawk, crazy kind of all-over-the-place hair that's growing out, but he shaves everything else. He's got
Everything? Yoshino.
It's not Yoshin.
Is that what it's not?
Yoshin was a pale. Okay.
Yoshin was a gnome.
Yeah. Who's this that we're talking to? Sorry.
Huh? You don't know? He's just walking. This guy's walking into the Hen's Reign.
Gotcha. I'm sorry.
Yep. So he's a Chultan man,
Gotcha.
big, ripped, ripped. He has scars all over his body, bare chested. He has got a Makawatl. He has got the big obsidian studded club, basically the obsidian sword. A couple like these full hand axes, like going all the way down, kind of bearded hand axes on his sides. And parts of him are black, like his throat all the way around his neck is tattooed full black. And it comes down and kind of becomes ragged around here. His leg, his right thigh, also all black with kind of needle point down at the bottom, like coming out of the black. There's a spiral on his back that's like starts with a small spot spiral and just goes all like round and round, covering most of his back in black. And then he has bands down his arms. And it's a lot of ink work for how they do it.
Trying to do the noodle in one go again.
That's your thing, man.
He walks in and goes, Dreamy, it has to be quick. Can I just get one of the egg-wrapped satays?
Who are you?
I am Metzli.
Is that the guy? Hi, I'm Oling. Oling Lungia.
Oling.
Oling.
Nice to meet you, Oling. Are you new here?
I am.
The noodle?
I was like eating off your plate. Oh, sorry. Did somebody say something?
No. He looks over. He's like, are those water spirits around you?
There they are.
It is
Aurora.
an honor to meet you.
And you as well. Your name, sir? Sir?
Yeah. Metzli.
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 Metztli. Metzli. Metzli. Make an intelligence.
That's about how it's gonna go.
That you may want to do something about those dice, man.
Kind of good.
Yell at him? Alright. Doing intelligence? You said?
So it means plus
+1.
One.
So 4?
okay. You know that it's a Chultan word, but it's not one you're instantly familiar with. He does have. He has a wooden underneath his tattooing here. Hanging here, he has wooden slats on basically on a necklace kind of thing. And in the center of it all, he has a piece of obsidian. That has been carved or chipped out to look like a jaguar. And it's ringed or rung by teeth and claws of probably a real jaguar. Jaguar? Panther. Are they both black?
No.
Panther.
Panthers are jaguars with melanin.
Okay.
Extra melanin.
So
they're only one type of. There's only one.
It's a panther.
So It's just a black leopard.
Tell me about that.
Oh, it is my totem, my spirit. My first memories were of prowling underneath the moon and hunting with my pack.
The pack?
Yes, I'll tell you about his tribe. He's starting to eat his satay. He's like, I was sort of like, I'd get into more, but I have to go to the gate. I have something I'm doing. But it was great meeting you.
I think we have something to do too.
We're meeting Yoshim at the bridge.
Yoshim?
Yes.
Oh, I'm supposed to be guiding some folk of his to the North Bay.
Well, that would be us. Metzli.
About how far through the noodle am I?
You are 8/10. You're almost to the end
8/10 of what?
of the way through the noodle.
Oh. Constitution saving throw.
I mean, I'll roll something to see.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do we want to roll?
Constitution.
Constitution.
Here it goes.
Don't choke.
Roll better. I like you.
I know, like
There we go. Alright, I broke it.
4, 3, 3, 2.
Oh, no.
You're like, so you're sitting there, you're getting through, and you, for a second, like, when he mentions he has to go to the gate, you go, oh, like, we're going to be late. And it kind of like, and that was all it needed. Just like your throat goes, there's something in here. There's something in here. So this noodle that was like, 8/10 of the way into your mouth, you do an instant cough and like a whole, like, 10% of the noodle comes back out onto the dish. Like,
You ever seen those potential energy demonstrations where they throw the ball bearing chain?
yeah.
And then it pulls itself
up.
As it goes. That's what I'm assuming.
And you know that it's going to keep coming out unless you break this off and force yourself to swallow a smaller piece. But you almost made it. You almost made it. Are you pushing it all back up, or are you cutting it off?
I imagine there's kind of like a, and yeah, I'll eventually like just cut it and be like,
And he's like, bam! Like, smacks you on the back with his big old hand. Now that he moved over closer to you and did this, and you're in the state that you're in, a little like some instinctual ancestry triggers off you when you see that his face is kind of feline looking. His nose is wide and flat and goes into, right into his eye sockets, which are well pronounced. He has yellow eyes, not just amber yellow. And all of like his eye tooth and wisdom tooth and whatever the tooth is after that are all very pronounced. Same thing with his lower.
wisdom tooth is way back here.
Yeah, it's eye tooth. Oh, did I say wisdom?
Yeah.
Canine, sorry.
Bicuspid.
And bicuspid. So those things are like 3 very long, and his lowers as well. And he slams his leg and goes like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, kind of mouth open and all this stuff, and you're like,
Yeah, ears go back.
Are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. You've got a very interesting face.
Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. Was that good or bad?
Oh, no, it's interesting.
Interesting face. What a nice thing to say.
Are you from around here?
I am, yes, from Chult.
Ah, one of the original Tabaxi.
Yes, that's what we did call ourselves back in the day. But, now others in our world share that name. He nods at Dreamy.
And do the original. Well, I know the Tabaxi don't speak Tabaxi.
They speak Chultan.
Chultan, okay. But do the cat Tabaxi have
No,
their own?
they have their own languages.
And that's called Tabaxi.
Yeah.
All right.
So, we're going with him?
Well, he's heading with Yoshim anyway. It would make sense.
But he says he's going to the gate and we're going to the bridge.
Well,
It's
the gate leads towards the bridge.
there isn't a gate up yet, but people keep calling it the gate because it's the only way out. It's where that wood bridge is. But yes. He calls it the gate because everyone's calling it the gate from where he's at. But the people inside the town call it the bridge because it's just a bridge right now.
I've noticed in this world that sometimes people call things gates that aren't gates. There's a city that I went to, a terrible place, called Baldur's Gate.
Ah, Baldur's Gate.
Ah, yes.
Terrible to be sure.
Yes.
This place is run by them.
This place.
Yes.
The fort is run by the Flaming Fist and the mercenaries that protect Baldur's Gate. I've never been there myself.
You're not missing much unless you're looking for fish or venereal disease.
When I hear that, I kind of stand up on my stool and look around, making sure there's no corpses or dead rabbits.
Nope. So, grabs us to stay. He's like, well, shall we be off?
Coming too. Right? Because, I mean, this is my idea, and you're like, hey,
I go wherever the wind takes me.
oh my god. Lead on, wind Metzli.
All right, you guys walk through the village and get to the bridge. Yoshim is there already. He is still completely impractically dressed for a journey through the jungle. Even more so now because he has like a large backpack. It is a wood-framed backpack. And it even has like a shade that comes up over top with like leather to keep rain off of and all this stuff. And it looks like it's he's trying to go glamping kind of type of thing. Yeah, he doesn't look ready for a jungle journey, but that's what he's paying you the big bucks for, I guess.
Jungle Journey.
That's what you should have called this campaign.
Jungle journey.
Jungle Journey. I don't know, the Golden Serpent is ominous. The Jungle Journey sounds like Jungle Jack Hand is going to be here and show us a monkey from Zaboomafoo. I think that's only weird.
Okay, let's see. Are you attached to all of these things you're carrying? He's like, well, I mean, it's secured in the back and this and that. And he's like, maybe we should lighten this load a little bit.
I'll have some of the fish will snap some of the stuff that's not necessary out the back. Petals
and take this off and that. And rips the whole thing off. Or, he's like, yeah. And just a pile of junk kind of sitting on the ground. And like, yeah, that'll probably be better. And Yoshim like looks over at a worker that's in like not working because it's pouring down rain. They're just underneath some awnings, and he goes, 2 silver if you watch this stuff for me, and not a lick of it disappears by the time I get back. And people just like, all right. And off you go. So as you're crossing the bridge and heading into the jungle, Metzli pulls out this gourd, like a small dried gourd, and just pops a little cork out the top and starts pouring liquid out of it and rubbing it all over his skin, and kind of looks at you and he goes, you might want to put some inside your ears, maybe on your hands. Means
To protect.
insect repellent. I don't know if this will stick to you.
I was just about to say that. I don't think this will stick to me.
But it's worth a shot anyway, just in case. It solubles down real fast on you, but you think the, at least the aroma is going to be a part of you for a bit, so that may help. But yeah,
Can I put I'll just put a second coat on.
Yep. And he takes that back and gives it to Yohim, who doesn't seem like he wants to put it on at all, so Metzley has to put it on him as he's walking.
What's it smell like?
It smells... It has a... It kind of smells like strawberry pitch. Like it's too like stingy sweet at the beginning, and then it just kind of smells like burnt strawberries kind of thing. Like, it's not a good smell, but it's one of those smells that you think about it and it's terrible, but it goes away pretty fast.
Give yourself an inspiration for that, because I can smell a burnt strawberry. I know what this stuff stinks like now. I like that. Good description. Strawberry Pitch. Also a really good band name.
So, you guys... Metzley quickly takes you off the path and starts heading through the jungle. And he pulls out his hand axes and just cutting vines, going through... cutting things that are just in his way.
Can we just go around?
It would take us 3 times as long.
That's okay.
I don't think Yoshim is budgeted for us to take 2 10 days to get through here.
Besides, all we do is go around and have to hack our way in through another direction.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can try to be less destructive, but all of this will be regrown by tomorrow.
In a way, we're helping it regrow. This can be healthy.
If the vine grows too long, unchecked, not only does it strangle what it's feeding off of, it strangles itself.
Then we go back and forth in nature one after you for a bit.
Because you're the druid. But also, you're not used to jungles.
That's what I'm here to learn.
Yeah, I guess
And he talks about it.
Yeah.
And I'll keep asking questions as long as he keeps talking.
It's still...
I guess at some point I would be like, me too.
The rain is coming down, but since you're underneath the canopy, it's much different. It is like trying to avoid waterfalls now, because they're hitting the trees and coming off the leaves, and now it's just runnules of water coming down in streams and ropes that you can basically walk between.
Encounter any animals?
There are lots of animals. There are lots of birds. There's lots of insects. There's lots of a couple other things. You can kind of talk to them. They all are... These ones are close enough to the territory, the human area, that they're not... They don't care. Like, they're not hunted or hunting.
I'm not like... I'm just like, oh, excuse me.
Yep. But
how's your day going? And, like,
and they all seem pretty fine. Like, and the great thing about it is, because they're here and you can talk to them, you can see that they're at ease right now, that there's no big predators nearby. So, that's a good sign.
Is that you beating your feet or something?
that was just me. I look like I'm having a great time, by the way.
I mean, it's the jungle. I'm probably happy to have some company this time, because I have been here kind of for a week or so, but I've just kind of cursory gone in and out. So.
And most of the people that you brought on this excursion are
dead
or quit.
So it's nice to have some able-bodied people.
I'm kind of like, I'm like hopping from high spot to high spot as we're moving along.
Seems the rain is letting up.
The rain does indeed let up, though there is still plenty of water coming down from the canopy and rushing through. Now there's kind of like little rivulets on the ground, little micro streams just everywhere, pools that are just hopping with frogs and things like that are reconstituted because of the rain, or not because of the rain. They're constant rain here, but now that it's been raining so much, there's like big puddles underneath things filled with animal life. Frogs. Dragonflies. couple birds will just come down and grabbing tadpoles.
Good catch.
Thanks! I've been practicing.
I thought you couldn't talk back to. Can you talk?
They can understand him.
And if they motion or
And if they motion or sound, I convey what they're saying to him back. But he can understand, like, her awoos. He understands what those mean.
Gotcha.
So it's not direct talking like Speak with Animals, which you also have as a spell, right?
I have animal friendship and beast bonding.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, also, know that you didn't have this check either on your optional feature list. Summon Animal Companion.
I saw that. Instead
you can
of
now,
turning, I can summon a fae.
You can summon a familiar, basically, for free.
But it only lasts an hour, and it doesn't sound like it's quite...
Does
like
it only
accurate.
last an
That's
hour?
what it says.
Well, okay. I mean, so does shapeshifting, so that's why.
So it's not. Doesn't seem like it's quite like the same kind of relationship that Needle had with Ecuador.
Yeah. All right. You continue on. Is anyone doing anything in particular or specific as you make your way through here? I'm assuming you're being alert and...
Yeah, for sure. I don't know about that, because actually he and I am like, well, he's probably alert, but I think it just...
Oh yeah, like what I'm doing is I'm like hopping from high spot to high spot, avoiding water. And as I'm doing so, I'll stop every once in a while, look around my ears, do their little radar scans, and maybe check
and
in.
you're the ranger, but you're also newly a ranger.
I was having very distracted by a conversation this time too, having somebody to speak with about what's going on.
And Yoshim is terrible. He's fucking terrible. Like, he wants to constantly take breaks. He makes lots of noise. It's like having a petulant, angry child with you while you're trying to do something very difficult. So, you guys have pretty much gotten to the point where you just kind of ignore him for the most part and herd him along, and you're in charge of this. And Metzley seems to know where he's going.
And as I'm going along, besides just saying hi, I'll ask animals, ones that can communicate the correct information, like, have you seen any beasts around lately? It's just kind of just like any dangers, anything I need to be aware of.
So a couple of the larger birds, and there's a group of, what are they called? They're a type of monkey.
Gibbon?
What do they look like?
Yeah, basically, let's go with a gibbon.
Macaque?
That macaque. Macaque. There's a couple of macaques that were like, ooh, shiny, like, and you're just like, hey guys, we're just passing through, and I go, we want your shinies. Sure, you won't give us your shiny?
Money?
Watch out ahead.
Whatever they ask for.
Yeah.
I imagine my money's in a pouch.
And because these things are a little bit more even articulate, he's like,
Which means?
This, you feel, means snake. And if it's a snake, like, that is big enough for them to be worried about, like, that's kind of what you convey,
I'm
right?
not much bigger than a macaque.
Yeah, but it's like, the macaque don't really care about...
Or Reese's monkey.
Reese's are really good, too. You got your chocolate, my peanut butter. So, no, it's generally... They don't worry about smaller venomous snakes. They kind of like, yeah, they can climb trees, but they stay on the ground. The ones that they worry about are constrictors. It is weird because
I would be worried too, because
this is snake, like you just do one hand, like for them kind of a thing, and he did this. You're not sure what that means. Maybe two constrictors.
I mean, I'll look in that direction.
And he just kind of like, motions ahead of you, like the way you're going. It's not a specific direction, just, hey, that way there be snakes.
I'll bring that up. Kind of just skinny, like the monkeys are afraid of some kind of snake. Or a warning about some kind of snake ahead?
Snakes, you say?
Once you get out of like eye view of them, you can hear them kicking the shit out of each other, probably for your shiny thing that you gave them.
Oh yeah. I mean, can't I speak? I have.
You have the spell.
Yeah.
If you want to use one of your spell slots to talk to these.
What is it? It doesn't. Once you click use on it, it's just gone.
Oh, because yours is a feature.
It's a primal awareness.
Yep. So it just is a one use per long rest or something like
I'll
that.
speak with the animals.
Okay, so you kick that off. How long is the duration on it? Just to know.
2 weeks. 10 minutes.
Okay. So you're gonna before you leave.
Explain the snakes a little better to me, friends.
Big snake. 2 snake.
So this was a waste of spell.
They are dumb.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I forgot it was limited to their intelligence. Yeah.
It's kind of funny, like, I have, like, the very base, and you have, like, the medium ability to communicate, and then I can just be like, alright, telepathic link.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I try to can they give me more specific area? Is it, like, ambush? Like, where, be careful?
Up in tree. All over. Gets leftovers.
Leftovers from what?
Ground eating.
Plant or animal?
Grabs a leaf.
Alright. I don't have anything shiny to give, sorry. I give it the monkey equivalent of a thumbs up, and that's it.
Okay. Continue on.
Yeah, continue on. So
Then they kick the shit out of each other over your shiny.
So I'll skinny that there's some sort of plant ahead underneath that eats things, and the snakes are actually just getting the leftovers. We might want to be careful about the plant more.
Absolutely. If you're talking to a monkey, they never go to the ground, so that wouldn't be important to them. Well, we have to be much more careful from here on out. All right. For everyone that's being more careful this way out, perceptions.
Hey, I can do it.
We can do it. We can do it. We can help her, Cinderella.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
11.
And those dice are betraying you.
There is good, bad.
So 15, dirty 20. Okay. And you had an 11. So
Damn,
you're still not great at this. Still learning. You're actually like watching these two, right? You're watching these two more than that because they are he's so at home in this, and you're a prey animal, so you're pretty good at it. You realize pretty fast that once you've gotten to the edge of where those macaques were, that there's really no more animals here. You can hear birds off in the distance, but these are birds that are camouflaged or up way too high in the canopy. So it still doesn't sound different to the untrained ear, but you're not seeing birds. You're not seeing any other animals, just some insects and other things here.
I'll slow my roll.
And so does Metzley.
Do you guys hear something? See something?
No animals.
Something a ranger should notice.
It's hard not to notice because the birds are still up there. They're just not birds you see.
Let's scan the ground.
So as you are heading forward, Metzley says, we can cut over to the river. It'd be much faster to go down, but it's much more dangerous.
How so?
Crocodiles, hippopotamus, everything goes to the river to drink. It's just a place you don't want to get caught out in.
Do we see the plant that the monkey might have been talking about?
Not like Metzley's kind of stopped you before you've gotten too deep into this no animal zone. Just saying that, hey, we know there's danger up there. We can cut across the river, but the river could be worse. I mean, the river is not great to be next to.
I mean, I feel more at home with the river. Those challenges would be less of a...
I mean, we might be able to reason with hippos and alligators.
Maybe more so than snakes, I don't know. But I
What's
would be
that
more...
plant?
Yeah, I can't speak with that.
There is a spell for
Speak with plants?
Speak with plants. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's fun. Yeah, let's make our way to the
It's like
river.
third or it's a high level.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, it's not a.
Because I almost definitely would have taken that because that would have been cool as hell.
I'm also looking at my character sheet and realizing I have disadvantage on stealth because I'm wearing scale mail for some reason.
Oh yeah, you should be in leather.
I'm gonna go and change that real quick.
Yeah, wearing heavy armor in Chult, or even medium, wearing metal armor is a death sentence. But it was the better. Obviously, it's the better choice for protection. But
it's like when the Spanish first came up to Texas in the Southwest U.S., they had to switch all to all leather because the metal they were literally cooking.
All right, so you guys start cutting towards the river.
Yeah, let's do that.
As you are heading towards the river.
Down by the river. Now I have 3 backpacks.
So new perception rolls for this path.
23.
22.
You can hang it in there.
Metzley is still kind of fallen back. He's just like, hey, the river's this way. You stay up in the lead. If whatever those things are, like the snake or whatever, I want to be in the back with Yoshim. So he's herding him along this new path, so he doesn't see shit.
Then I'm doing it cautiously, like before every little hop to the next root or rock. Checking, making sure there's like not a little snake under there or something that's...
Sorry. Giving myself that new starting equipment. Doubled up all my equipment.
Oh.
So I had 3 backpacks.
Yeah, you should have just...
I was like, holy shit.
You should have just deleted the scale mail and
I didn't even
added the letter.
It was silly.
Letter. Okay.
That's why I'm so rich. It added more money. It added the starting money back onto my...
Yeah, you should only have 10 gold.
Yeah.
How much did you have?
I had 20, and now I have
30, yeah.
That's funny. I wondered why I was so rich. I was like, oh. And then you're like, oh yeah, this is what's left over from your thing. I'm like, Wiley must have added it.
No. But you should have had 10.
I do.
I didn't know you had 20.
I got it.
I think
Sorry
you understand that. Anyway, you are heading towards the river when you hear what could easily be mistaken. And wait, you had what on this one?
23.
And you had a
22.
Okay, so you both hear what can easily be mistaken as like wind rustling the underbrush and the leaves, but it's a little bit too consistent and continuous. And so you stop, you look ahead, you try to get some vantage point, and you can see up ahead through the trees and underbrush and root work and vines coming down that the underbrush just starts to move. And the moving is coming towards you.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that?
Is it a pile? Is it a mimic as a pile of leaves?
That'd be cool.
Let's
Sound the alarm back there.
let's send the swarm at it.
Uh,
I can't figure out what's going on there.
Yell back and warn.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing in here about what I can and can't really do with the swarm. So a lot of this is going to kind of be up to you.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't have any like scouting abilities or anything like that.
So I mean, I guess I can set it to like nudge things. Like, can I nudge it?
You have the mage hand ability now, right?
Yeah, there you go.
So you just
mage
you start
hand.
like you send some up and like as one of your fish goes up ahead, like a couple of them go up and then they just start scattering some of the leaves. It uncovers black. There was just black underneath there and shiny, and you just see lots of little things moving.
Like insects?
Yes, like insects. And it's like the entirety now, like a good 10 feet across, this is coming toward you. And once that's uncovered, you can actually see them coming up and around the tree trunks. Just an entire swarm of centipedes.
Good thing we got this repellent.
Yeah, right? Well, you guys have it. Well, what the hell are we going to do about this?
You got maybe, let's see, you got 2 turns to figure it out.
What if I am entangle the swarm?
It may...
Grasping weeds and vines sprouts, so just like grass.
It is... Does it give the restrained condition? What does it do? Like, what's the condition it gives?
Yep, saving throw or be restrained, yes.
Condition immunities, restrained.
Can't entangle it.
Yeah.
Create 10 gallons of water to throw at it.
You can create that in a mist or rain, but you don't think centipedes are going to be caring about water.
No, I'm just joking anyway. I mean, I could shape the water. I can literally freeze it. So I can create water and then freeze it on them.
Create an ice wall. Maybe that'll deter
it's
them.
only 10 gallons, though, and that's that much. The 10-gallon fish tank is like this much water.
I mean, these are animals. I don't think it'll help, but I will.
You gonna talk to them?
Yeah.
They are
Go
beasts.
for it, yeah.
Make an animal handling check.
Yeah, I should have kept the green.
Yeah, you should have. 22.
So you call out to them and say, what?
We have no quarrel with you. We do not wish to harm you or you harm us. We're just passing.
They, there's, scuttling and all this stuff, and then they, as they're getting closer to you, you see them split around you.
Just me?
No, all of you.
Okay.
No.
Don't hurt that either.
I've been
They
down.
all just get devoured.
Yeah, Metzli is holding up Yoshim.
How big are these insects?
Like a centipede like this long, about like that wide. Just but yeah, 22. They're beasts. They aren't really on a hunt or anything, but they would have liked to eat you, but the fact that you could talk to them means you're kind of dangerous. So
I thank them as they make their way.
Insect world has no word for thank you.
a couple, like a group of them kind of stop and like start circulating around nearby you. You kind of see like if they're asking like, hey, do you know where some food is?
What do you eat?
Fleshy.
There's a couple of less than intelligent macaques.
I will say
It's jungle.
I understand that everything needs to eat.
Yeah.
There's I don't know of any corpses, or I didn't see any corpses on my way in. So you might have to earn your food. But back that way, we did see some macaques.
Trees.
I mean, did I see anything else that they might?
No.
Okay. I'll be honest with them.
Yeah, and they're like, hey, if like that's what we have to do, it's what we have to do. But really hard to go up trees and get those things.
I mean, it's nature.
Yeah,
that's what a druid would say. Yeah, there's
absolutely. Yeah. There's animals back there.
And I can relate. Like, I'm sure they have a sense of relief when, something that's dangerous to them doesn't hurt them.
Yeah.
And I'll relate that that's how they made us feel.
So,
how sweet.
With that, with that encounter completely trivialized, you guys continue on to the river, and we'll take our break. Part 2.
That was a lot easier than I was expecting.
I mean, they are just beasts. Like,
Yeah.
they don't want to be annihilated either. You guys definitely have some means to do that, but man, they kind of suck.
And I was thinking, I was all like, well, they can't animal friendship because that would only get one of them, right?
Yep, it's true.
Immediately I was like, fucking swarm. I'm just gonna swarm it. Like I was like, I don't want to talk to it.
All right, folks, we will be right back.
Sorry, should we not have gone so naturey? I'm sure you'll find some way to kill us if you want to.
Yeah. T-Rex doesn't give a shit what you say.
Yeah, that's always the other part of it is I can talk to them, doesn't mean they'll. But hopefully their friendship will come in handy at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your knee, that's your heel. This elbow. Do you know giraffes have the same number of vertebrae as we do?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big vertebrae.
Yep. And there's a nerve, forget exactly what it is, but in like a regular sized neck mammal, it's very short. But in a giraffe, because it has to go around a certain bone, the nerve is really long and it goes all the way up, back, down.
The nerve of those giraffes.
A nerve, yeah. That's one of the things that people point to is all like, well, is that really intelligent design then? Like, is it intelligent to have a nerve extend that long instead of...
So, have you heard the commercials for that intelligent design air conditioning commercial?
That's so terrible.
Have you heard their new super science heavy one? So they have one now where they're like, oh yeah, God, how does it start? They're like, this happens. Oh, like it's like, gases collapse on top of each other and make this, really heavy, gravitational pull, and like they emit photons and all this stuff. They're like, wow, this is really science heavy. And it's like, yeah, that heat generated is what keeps our planet alive. It's also what keeps your air conditioner, bills high. You should get a tune-up. I mean, all that science really points to this real great intelligent design. And I was like, is this intelligent design?
What?
And it was like, but that's just an example. It wasn't exactly about the sun, but I was like, this is really, really science forward.
So normally, like, the heartbeat starts at 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's intelligent design.
Also, air conditioning.
No. Like, and also you can air conditioning.
Well, it's funny because they're trying to sell you air conditioning.
Yeah.
They're trying to do it on the Christian side, but that one was like, hey, let's stop alienating our science-friendly people. So they were basically saying that the mechanics put into everything are really like show intelligent design, but it was very like scientifically spoken.
Yeah, I saw one of their vans.
Spoken or?
Oh no.
Some of their vans driving around, and I hadn't heard about this company. But like on the side, it said something like, I don't know, like you can clearly tell that there was a political
Oh yeah,
angle
absolutely.
from them as well.
Is this what you were trying to get me to get? Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Huh?
It came out after. That's the October issue, and it came out after the November issue because whatever they did.
These are what I was trying to print for those cigarette viruses. Yeah. Water slide decals.
God, what was their slogan? I want to say something that was like, it just makes sense.
Something like that. And that is the entirety of Five Torches Deep. That's the entire rulebook. 50 pages long. And each rule set is either 1 or 2 pages, period.
That's her knee right there, and that's her heel.
I don't know why, like, for some reason in my brain, animals' legs are always backwards.
Yeah.
What was that movie? It was about like an alien invasion, but like a covert alien invasion.
Signs.
No. But the way you could tell what the aliens were was that their knees would literally bend backwards. So you'd see.
It's a Mel Gibson. It's a different.
No, it wasn't Mel Gibson. It was like they assassinated somebody.
No, I
scorpions in
know
the
what you're
head.
talking about. It is.
Scorpions in their bed?
It's really bad too. Like they break in and there's like teleportation and they're like underground and stuff like that. Yeah.
And there's a scene where like all the aliens are walking
And they blow the place up and there's like one. The only person that's left is like they're like black kids. And it's their guy. And his like legs pop backwards at the end. They're like, "Well, tell him what happened here," and he runs off. What is the name of that? I thought it was Signs, but you're right. It's not what it is.
I think it was like during the X-Files big craze, and I think that movie was just designed to.
The Arrival. Charlie Sheen, right?
Yeah, wasn't it a much better sci-fi movie that came out too? That was also called Arrival, wasn't it?
That's Arrival. That one's brand new. That one's from like 2018 or 2019.
Yeah. So it's The Arrival and Arrival.
The Arrival is the one from 1996.
Arrival was pretty fucking good.
Arrival's okay. The only thing I don't like about it is that it falls into one of these like misconceptions about other cultures and science. So they have those big things, right? They come up to the glass, basically.
Well, I mean, they had a ton of linguists consulting for that.
But it's fine. That's fine. Make the language all you want, but you're anthropomorphizing the aliens. Like, how can they convey thought? They don't have the same motivations, the same internal systems.
I mean, that's the whole point of it, isn't it?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, but how can you translate that into love? Their definition of love means not like there's no conveyance.
I mean, the whole point was that there was a misconception about how they conceives time compared to us.
Yeah, but
that's why the whole thing, their whole language.
So even if even that's a better example. Like they have a different notion and conceptualization of time. So their motivations won't line up with ours. There's no way that they could explain themselves to us in any meaningful way.
I mean,
that's the whole point of the movie is the language barrier and trying to convey themselves in a meaningful way. Mm. The movie is about trying to convey. If your stance is this is impossible, then yeah, the movie sucks to you.
Well, the movie doesn't suck to me. It's not impossible. I was just like, they were close, is what I was saying. Like it's, I don't know. I wish they had gotten less from it. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, at the end of it, they should. I know, but it would, to me, it would have been more satisfying. Like, the way the cookie crumbles, there's no way we could understand what they're fucking
kind of
saying.
One of those things that, like, I wonder, like, Fermi's paradox, why aren't we seeing all these other civilizations out there? Because there's been enough time. Like,
I like.
It's like, what if, like in Lord of the Rings, like Treants talk really slow. Like, what if there's a species out there and they are talking, but they're talking so slow that we just don't know what to look for? Yeah. Or conversely, what if they're talking so fast
that we can't, or they're talking in a frequency that we can't receive?
Yeah.
I did like the movie's tone, though. I loved the feeling and music and the orchestration. So is this
that's where I put it. That's all I put it.
I need one as well.
I did like the movie, though. I did like the idea of the non-linear.
The little twist at the end kind of annoyed me. I don't really care for when storytellers will set you up. They're all making you think that, oh, this was what happened before.
Yeah.
Where she had the kid who died. And turns out, no, that all happened afterwards because it was Jeremy Renner.
You're seeing time as a serial.
Yeah.
It's just
But the whole concept, the whole plot of them trying to communicate, I thought was really cool.
No, it was really good. That's why I was saying I think the only part I didn't like was I was like, oh, they wouldn't even be able to get that much from each other. I know that wouldn't have made as good of a movie.
That would have literally made no movie.
I would have watched it though. I would have been like, ooh, they can't
just
figure it
2
out.
hours of going. Nope,
No,
we don't get it. We all die.
I would have walked out pleased. I'd been the only person. They're like, that would have been. They did a really good job trying as hard as they did.
Who was it? I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson who kind of made the point that why are we expecting to just open our ears to the universe and immediately recognize intelligence when we can't even communicate with other species on our own planet?
Yeah.
And we have much more in common with them than we'll ever have with something out there.
I really like the dark forest theory, where the only things that are alive are the ones that don't tell everything where they are.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, as we go, hey, we're over.
We were at the pub one time, and we were talking about this, and just at some point, we just started fucking laughing at a concept. That, as a species, we have to be oh shit, there's something there, and everybody on the planet has to shut
It's
the fuck up.
we're yelling out into the universe for anything to come here, and we don't even have lifeboats on this cruise ship yet. We gonna die. That's one of my concept sci-fi settings, is that everyone that did get off their planets knows not to broadcast where you are because of basically things like reapers. There's these extinction races that oh, there's a thing over there. There's a sentient race. We go get over there and harvest their its computers. We gather information. The most information is stored in living things' brains. They're so dense with all this information, so we just go in that whole planet and
Watch if there is some fucking tyrannid species or something that's already heard us, and it's all well, okay, we'll be there in about 400 years.
Right. That's what the Black Knight. You know about the Black Knight, the satellite that's in orbit.
I love that thing. It's so silly. Yeah.
So
that is a tarp.
Whatever it is. People have said it's been around forever. It just could be a natural thing that's in orbit, whatever. To me, in my sci-fi, that's a turkey popper. The moment we get to a point where we can communicate in a certain way, like wavelength or whatever the advanced communication is, it triggers that thing. And it goes, oh, they're ready to be harvested.
Wow. But in all honesty, that photo...
Ding, turkey's done.
If we're talking about the same thing, that photo was literally taken by the space shuttle because it was a tarp that they discarded when they were...
Just threw it out there.
Yeah, and that's why it looks so weird, because it's a tarp floating
through space.
If we're talking about...
Probably.
Yeah, it's the only Black Knight. It's in the southern hemisphere, and that's the way, because of the size of it and where it is, everyone's like, the orbit's impossible, and I'm like, and yet there it is.
Yeah.
What are you talking
You don't
about?
know what impossible means, apparently.
Yeah,
but no, it's... Are you looking it up?
No.
But
I don't care that much.
The people who took that photo are so mad that has just it's that.
That's what happened with it.
They're like, we just thought it was a really cool picture.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's not as interesting, so people don't spread the true information about it as quickly as... It's like that old Russian proverb. A good bell can be heard far, a bad bell even farther.
Welcome to the wild.
Welcome to the most boring D&D stream
Yeah, we
on
talk
Twitch.
about Russian sayings about bells.
I also like the one Full Stomach likes to talk about fasting.
You know, and kind of conversely, I like that one saying, never go shopping hungry. I can never go to the grocery store when I'm hungry because I'm like, oh, I'll just get these something easy. You're like Pop-Tarts and bread and stuff, and then you go full, you're like, well, tomorrow I'll make this, and
Yeah, I usually end up with a box of Cheez-Its or something over that. Anyway, bye centipedes.
Bye,
Thanks.
centipedes. You make your way down to the river, which is ultimately what you need, because the bay you're going to, that Yoshim has knowledge of where the Aldani is an estuary river. Like that's what they're called, right? Where the river meets the ocean.
Yeah.
Tributary?
Tributary is
When a river
joins another river.
Delta?
Delta is when it shatters and becomes a delta plane.
I think it's estuary.
I'm pretty sure
is the point where. So a delta is an estuary, but
Yes.
not all estuaries are.
Deltas. In my world, Golden Shore, that's a delta. All the massive rivers. So, where your paladin and Kamir is, little bastard.
He just needed a paladin to keep him in place. When he was on his own, he was kind of big.
He was also a dick to the paladin.
Yeah, but we got shit done.
All right. So you make your way to the river and start heading down that. Perceptions.
Oh, that's worse. Considering that there are hippos involved.
Yeah.
Much better. 22.
6.
Yeah. 9. So.
I'm still playing with my fish. They're kind of a new thing.
There's a little bit like you can tell that Metzli is not as comfortable in a more open environment, like being next to this river. The river is pretty wide here. It's not something you could easily ford yourselves. Like you need a boat or canoe to get across it.
Well, let's just ask that alligator.
What?
I can swim.
Yeah, of course you can. So he's generally watching the tree line, though. That's what Metzli's trying to keep an eye on, and keep Yoshim in check. So you're heading down there, and you do see up ahead an alligator. It is upside down with its head in the water, hanging out. And this alligator is a good 10 to 12 feet long. It's a biggin, and it's just upside down, head in the water, body coming out onto the shore.
Well, first I'll notify everybody. Find it out to next one. So is that one?
That's dead.
So normal.
Should have told the centipedes to come here.
Yeah. We can go back.
No. We should see. Here's the problem. We need to find out what killed that, because that's what we need to be worried about.
Can we tell? Can I
What
tell?
would kill and not eat?
Good question. Something that doesn't eat meat.
Can I tell what killed it?
You want to move up to it and investigate it?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys move up to it, investigate this crocodile.
I should
Good,
warn you that
Nick.
I'm terrible at stealth.
Survival.
No, it's going to be an investigation, or I will allow you to substitute nature if you have that.
Medicine.
God damn, I'm on fire.
10. It sucks. These dice aren't bad. When I roll them a whole bunch, it's like 50-50. So what I'm getting is like an actual real roll instead of good dice. They're not good or bad. They're average dice.
21.
This thing has
That's
been...
nature, by the way.
Yeah. It's been crushed something looks like its arm and chest area, and if you kind of like look underneath it, it's like back, shoulder area has just been crumpled. And then there's just bruising and breakage signs all through its hide of some type of great force or being whipped around or something. Something.
We need punctures. Look to Mexlin and be like,
What do you think?
It'd have to be a pretty big hippo for this, though. I've never seen one that size.
Crushed, you say?
Crushed, you say?
what about his wife? Crushed, you say?
Oh dear. Good news, everybody!
Did I just use a line from something?
From Futurama.
Oh,
to shreds, you say?
Oh, it is to shreds. You say.
How's his wife holding up?
Oh, how is he? To shreds, you say? Well, how is his wife holding up? To shreds, you say?
That's right.
Oh, well. Good news, everyone!
Does it look like something crushed him, or that he fell, perhaps?
It doesn't look... I mean, some of the damage could be falling, but that major collapse on shoulder and chest and back, that's too specific. You don't get that from just falling on something. That's something like stamped on that, or bit down or crushed, but it didn't have teeth, or, something crushed that. You're not sure what. Didn't puncture, though.
Can I tell how long it's been here?
Hours. The fishies are already starting to poke at the, strip the mouth and face of stuff, and there's insects already kind of like lining up out from the tree line to come grab some bits and blood off of it. Won't be long until birds and carrion eaters and bigger insects come and get it.
Huh?
And
Keep a lookout.
Yeah, I was going to say, Metzley doesn't recognize anything like this from the jungle that would crush something like this.
I mean, we just talked.
He just talked like it.
Yeah,
Like he's seen hippos. Like they just take alligators and just like
I mean, they'll do that to anything.
anything they get their hand on, they'll take it in their mouth, whip it around, or try to pull it down to the bottom and stomp on it. But this is a 12-foot long alligator, so like if it's not a hippo, it could be a dinosaur.
That's what I was asking about punctures.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be a carnivorous dinosaur. It could have been a ankylosaurus or...
Right. And obviously didn't want to eat it. Sure about that guy who raised a hippo from infancy?
And it killed him? Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah, don't fuck with hippos.
You hear that, Dayton?
I don't remember how he got that name. I just told me a couple of times.
Yeah.
I mean, keep moving.
Keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't see any other hippos, my perception's been so bad I have to kind of rely on you guys. You tell me. Are we moving forward?
Yeah.
The water is very deep here. So if there are hippos, they're going to be at the bottom.
I could scout
So
ahead.
watch for bubbles.
Well, I could take a look.
Watch for heads popping up.
Hippo second.
Do you want to get in the water with those things?
I mean, I can fucking swim pretty well.
You have a swim speed that equals your move speed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I guess not then.
And the river, like, Metzley is terrified
That we're at the river.
that you would want to get into that water.
I just like water.
But you are a water-based person.
Yeah.
If that's...
I mean, if nothing's coming out, if we don't see any hippo sign, then I don't think there's any reason to get in there and scare everybody just yet.
There's also
So you
that
can
whole
scare-
orifice thing that they mentioned.
the whole...
I mean, how far would I be able to see under the water? What's the visibility like today?
Can you just send her
You could see
Doesn't work.
60 feet
Alright.
visibility.
Alright, well, I'll get in for a little bit, see what's going on.
You take off most of your gear and stuff that's destroyable, and you can hand it over to Metzley to carry. And
Take a look.
bloop, zoop, and your swarm is loving it.
Yeah.
And like anything that does try to come up and mess with you, the swarm is like, no, Zarman.
All right, so we're looking for hippos in danger.
Danger hippos.
Yeah, are we trying to cross here, or are we just trying to?
No, you just need to get to the estuary. You need to get to the end of this river.
So, I mean, what we should do is, you're in the water, we're up on the bank, and we keep moving. You're just there to warn us if you see
Basically, the way Metzley wants to do it is you swim up, and as far as you can go and not see anything, you pop up or signal up or send one of your little swarms up, and then you guys will move up to that point and keep going as long as he's signaling you that it's.
So just follow the hopping piranhas like dolphins.
So starting perception just for you.
Come on, dice. Come on, 11.
Jesus, man. It's been weird, like how.
Yeah, that's low too.
Yeah, you're not doing too well.
That has nothing to do with the dice.
Just that night.
Yeah, well, yeah, this dice is pretty
Perception for you and Metzley.
That's 20.
Okay.
I'm gonna spot the hippo.
I know, right? There's something down there.
So you're you're watching for the thing. Metzley's pretty good for watching for the piranha. So you're starting to your gaze is starting to go down further. And that's when you notice that the river widens significantly ahead of you. It looks like it's flooding off its banks. Like you're just you see you're on the shore. Is there a shore for a river? Like what is that called?
The bank.
Bank. Okay, so you're looking down the bank and it's pretty consistent, and then it's just water.
Is it like we're at the estuary?
Huh?
No.
There's still jungle ahead of you. You don't see the opening of the ocean yet, so.
Oh. Tap.
Huh? What?
I think there might be something that's damming the river up ahead.
Oh no.
Should we
Banging, like cursing it?
Hey, fishes! Tell him to come back! Your piranha
Slap
comes.
the water.
Yeah, your piranha comes down and it's like the big one's yelling at us.
What is it?
You know what dams rivers, right? It ain't beavers.
No, I was going to say beavers.
But beavers do dam rivers.
Yeah, but not here. This is too wide.
Let's see, like some sort of dino beaver.
So people.
Hippos.
Oh, do hippos dam?
So, funny thing, no one could figure out, there's this one place in Africa that no one could figure out, hey, everything belongs in nature, right? Everything, wolves cull deer. When there's less deer, there's less wolves because they can't survive. It goes back and forth. Everything has a reason, like pollinating plants. Everything's part of the ecosystem. And they looked, and they looked, and they looked, and they're we don't know what the fuck hippos do. They're not keeping anything population in bay. We don't know what they do.
They are herbivores, right?
Right? Yeah. They're not keeping the grasslands down. There's not enough grass here. We don't get it. But they're assholes, and they destroy everything. So maybe nature screwed up, and these things live just out of pure stubbornness, so they killed them all. They killed all the hippos, and then the next rainy season, their fields all flooded. Because there was no hippos in the water to dam it up. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
In how does it come back to them? But the way people lived around hippos assumes that they're holding the water in check that much. So they only screwed themselves.
What do elephants do?
Yeah, I don't know. They keep peanuts in check.
I mean, they're cool.
Yeah. And I don't know if even that's true, right? Does everything need its reliant niche?
I mean, you can look at humans and say that they're not really all that necessary to the ecosystem. Turns out we're pretty bad for the ecosystem.
Yeah, pretty much. So anyway, hippos, dam, rivers.
Should we go around it?
Yeah.
I mean, I could try talking to it. I don't know if I've ran into that before.
I mean, you could. They're assholes, though.
We should probably just leave it be.
Probably.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't be whispering. I'm whispering because I'm trying to be in character quiet, but it's probably not good for the stream.
That's why we put you here.
Yeah.
It just kind of works out that way.
All right, so...
Yeah, any animals we don't want to engage with.
No. Let's go around. We can go around.
You guys are heading forward. You're staying pretty much on the tree line now, away from the bank, and you're coming up, and you see that, it's a river, and then it just goes and almost turns into a pond. And so in the center of this pond is a little island. I don't know what they're called. There's not really an island when it's just a little dirt mound in a river. It has plants. It's got dirt. And there's birds on it. So it's been there for a while, which is weird just for enough dirt to accumulate in the middle of a flowing river like this and not get swept away. But all around it, as you're kind of heading along the tree line and skirting this pond, you'll see hippos coming up and back down.
Is that normal? I'm gonna guess I haven't actually seen a hippo before. I've heard of
this is like new stuff. Like, so hippos, they're too big to swim very well. They just sit on the bottom. And so when they need to breathe, they just pop up, jump off the ground, paddle up, take a breath, back down to the bottom they go.
They're beasts, they're not intelligent.
No?
Not that I've heard.
Sure. Never seen one?
Yeah. Me neither. I've heard a lot of stories. Fascinating creatures.
I mean, if you really want to go talk to them, you were pretty impressed with those centipedes, but they cause a lot of deaths of my people.
No, they seem very ornery. I don't need to talk to them.
Good choice. So you go around and successfully navigate that. You're about a couple miles. You can start to see the forest thinning. You can hear the more ocean sounds coming up. And eventually you will kind of crest this little, what is it called? Just a sheer slope down to a more kind of sandy-ish area where the river is popping down and opening up into a bay. And this is a fairly large bay that at the moment is enclosed. But you can see on the opposite side where during high tide, and you can see from this cutaway where high tide would fill this bay back in, and it would even allow for like ships to pass into this bay.
Except there's a big chain that's been pulled.
No. This isn't one of those. But I mean, this is a perfect little bay for, like, if you want to hide a ship or store a ship. Interestingly enough, you see a mast sticking out of the water in the middle of the bay. So some ship was in here at one point and sunk. Down along the shore, you see these big rock formations. Just bunches of rocks have been piled up into these kind of domes. And it looks like they have like openings on one side, normally facing the water, so you can't really see them that well from here. But you see that there are people walking around. Crab people.
Are these the All-Duns?
I don't know, let me take a look at them. I'm just kidding, I've never seen one either.
I mean, I'm asking...
Metsu.
No, or...
Metsu.
Yoshim.
Yoshim. How's he been doing?
Terrible. But Metzli has been keeping him quiet.
I do like that you had that little part. You're like, you've gotten pretty good at just canceling him out. Right on. Oh, wow.
Are they the size of people?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Are they...
By people, I mean medium-sized
Yeah.
humans.
Look. So take a closer look at the face. It's a little bit creepy. Like it's a person face in there.
But then it's got those two little orbs. Are those its eyes?
Yeah, the little stalks with the orbs. But it has like that down here is like lips and chin and face.
It looks like it has pseudo or fake eyes.
Yeah. So they're down there.
It's like the Dreamcast Seaman.
You see them like they're. Some of them are coming in and out of the water. A lot of them are like taking things up into those big conical stone structures.
Much better.
So, what do we know about these?
Oh, we're gonna go make contact with them and see if they'll sell me their trained piranha.
Now that I've seen them, do I know anything? Do I recognize them? I don't know anything about this shit still.
Nope.
Yeah, alright.
You make a history.
No, I think you already made
I did, but I just want to hit another one.
Alright.
I mean, I know what we're doing here. What I'm asking is, what do we know about them?
16.
Seeing them now, you are pretty certain in one of your books at some point researching aquatic life, because that's your whole deal as a sage. You probably saw these or a variant of them that are crab people. Called
That are lobster people.
the Urian.
Do I know if they speak? Like, do they have a language that's known? No.
It's not something you readily know. But Yoshim says, oh yeah, the Flaming Fist had trade deals with them for fish.
And primordial, you said, is what they spoke?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh.
But I just got told that you spoke a lot of languages and had piranha that floated around you, so I thought you were the best man for the job.
Alright.
That's a valid assumption.
I mean, if they're piranha trainers, who better to talk to than a guy that's surrounded by flying piranhas?
You're very smart, Yoshi.
Thank you. Stick with me, kid. You'll go far.
I mean, I guess, do they... How does
Oh, shit. I should have said, this did take you 2 days to get out here. You did stay one night in the forest. I kind of like... We just kept going, and I glanced over that.
I'm going to long rest myself then, because I think I used that.
You used your Speak with Animals the night before.
Alright.
When you got to the river, you rested.
Okay.
Alright. What is
Next to the dead alligator.
Before you even saw it. All right.
Somewhere after the insects, but before the dead eye.
Before the alligator. Yes. Exactly that.
Pumpkin cookies. These aren't too bad.
I saw them and I'm like, I hope they are pumpkin spice chocolate chip cookies with icing.
That's pretty much what
That's what I hope. I hope they are not like pumpkin spice with raisin or regular chocolate chip cookies with icing. And I have to say that I am pleasantly surprised that
it's like raisin and chocolate chips, I think.
I think it's just chocolate chips.
Chocolate chips.
But I hate raisins. I hate raisins in cookies. It's like the worst betrayal is when you pick up a cookie.
I think
I do like oatmeal cookies with raisins.
I like oatmeal cookies with chocolate chips. They are amazing.
I like plain oatmeal cookies. I don't want chips. I don't want raisins. I don't want any of that stuff. Doesn't need any icing or anything. Just oatmeal cookies. No one makes them like that though. You have to make them yourself.
No one, like, every once in a while you'll find oatmeal chocolate chip. Mm-hmm. And when you do, you strangle that person and keep them in your basement.
I feel that way about ice cream. Like
Don't do that, kids.
Yeah, mint chocolate chip ice cream. I always hate the cheap chocolate they put in it, like semi-sweet
Yeah.
chocolate. So every so often,
That's not cheap.
I know, but whatever. Every so
It's
often,
more concentrated cacao, so
I just don't. I want like
you
sweet
want
chips.
you want milk chocolate.
Yeah,
You want it
chocolate.
cut with milk. You want to cut your chocolate with milk.
Only when it's mixed with mint. I like dark chocolate. Anyway, but every so often you can
I'm a
find
dark chocolate guy, so
a mint cookies and cream. A couple of companies make that brand, and every time I find that, it's the same way where I'm like, well, I'll take these. Like, it just never happens.
So, Yoshim's ready to slide down this bank and head out to talk to these guys.
I mean, Yoshim, have you heard of anyone talking with these people before?
Right, the Flaming Fist.
Oh, that's right, they have it. All right, well, I don't have any reason to distrust him or think that they would be violent towards us if they talk to the Fist.
They look nice to me.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. How's Metzley feel about what's happening right now?
I haven't dealt with the Oldani before.
All right,
This is new to me. That's why I took the job.
let's begin.
Right, so you climb down this bank and head out onto this, and you can tell like this beach. It's a little bit. It's cobble, like it's stone. This is underwater when high tide comes in, and those stone structures obviously get submerged. But you start heading out there, and a couple of these people, the Aldani, see you, and some of them like grab weaponry, not like brandishing it any way, but they kind of come out to meet you. Some smaller Aldani get shuttled away by other.
All right, I'll start with Primordial because that's just in my mind.
Okay. Are you favoring a specific dialect of Primordial?
Well, I'm learning a little Chult. Is there anything that would be
Well,
resembling that here?
for Primordial, it's elemental. So there's the
Then,
the four elements.
then water.
Aquan is the yeah. So you start kind of like primordialing it up, but it's a little bit more gargle, and one of them like looks to the other, and the other one's like, "We are good. How are you?"
They speak well,
This conversation would be much easier in the water.
So I have to know, like, I'm going to speak with them in the water.
Okay, well, just do it as close to the shore as possible so that you can stick your head out and tell me what you're saying, and I can relay back to you.
No, I speak by murder too. I'll just stick my head in every once in a while.
All right, good.
One ear.
You just bloop. So you gotta all go up to the edge of the water, and you two just walk down into it and submerge. And it is
lay in the water.
and it's very much easier to speak the Aquan dialect in here, and it's much clearer. So it's just like, "Hello, friend. What can we help you with?" When you come down here, you look over into the bay, which is surprisingly clear for coming out of the river that you were just next to. There is a ship. There's a big galleon in there, and it looks like the Aldani are like making it into a home. Like they're going down into it and building structures around it, and you see kids playing on it and things like that. So that's interesting. The flag it's waving has Water Davian markings on it, or the what's left of the flag that's still up there.
It's the boat with the 3 waves, right?
No, that's Baldur's Gate. Waterdeep is
It's the Water Davian.
yeah. Waterdeep symbol.
You're talking about a water deep symbol.
It is a crescent moon over a mountain range in front of the ocean.
Remember that one.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know that at all.
I don't know if you've ever seen the Waterdeep. Like, it's odd. Out of all places, I always ran all my games with Waterdeep being the central thing, and when I started gaming with you guys, I'm like, I got to get away from my shit, and like I hated Baldur's Gate. because everyone talked about it from the games, and I was a Waterdeep guy. I'm like, Waterdeep's the most important city in Forgotten Realms. And then I'm like, fuck, I'm going to play a game in Baldur's Gate, and now I've stuck there for like 2 games.
Yeah, that's what happens. You can't pick what your players like.
Yep. All right, so...
That's what I like about modules. Like, you're in Saltmarsh. Can we go someplace else? I don't fucking care. See you next week. Bye.
Okay, so, yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'll let him know that I don't want to. First off, thank you for your hospitality. It's wonderful down here. It seems you're building a nice home here beneath the waves.
Oh yes, this ship. It's been here for a couple weeks now, 10 days. We watched over it to see if anyone would come back and claim it, but the rights of the sea are the rights of the sea.
How long has it been here?
We noticed it just a 10 days ago. When we first, we're new to this bay.
What brought you to this bay?
Well, when you live on the shores like we do, we have to, especially in the Bay of Chult, you have to keep moving, because once dinosaurs realize that there's both food and water in one place, it becomes bad. But we're hoping that we may be able to fortify this boat and have it protect us. This bay seems perfect. Don't know why no one has been here before, actually.
I don't mean to pry or mince or get right to business, but do you know anything about this? And I'll turn the fish back into the spirit blob that they are.
All right.
I'm relating all this stuff that's not talking about the training of piranhas to the...
Oh, it's right. We're supposed to training piranhas.
Yeah.
I want to ask them if they've seen the piranha first. Excuse me.
No, if you want to get in just a little aside.
I do want to tell. No, I don't care about. I don't give a shit about Yoshin's thing. Like, that's funny. But I was gonna say, that's right. I was gonna say, do you recognize these fish? But actually, I did want to get down to the brass tacks and be like, do you know of the spirit? Because if they have piranha and this thing took the shape of piranha right away, then. Yeah, I'll just continue the route I did right now.
I mean, sure, Yoshin would be. It's funny because Yoshin's up there. He can't intervene with you directly. I'm just telling him what's going on.
Did you or did you not ask him about that?
I did. So my initial plan was going to be, did you see these? Have you seen these before? But I'm like, fuck that. You guys live here. Have you seen this?
It is an aspect of Adultiodal.
It is an aspect of Adultiodal?
Say the Adultiodal.
Yeah. Adultiodal. ATLTEOTL.
Oh my god. Alright.
Adultiodal.
Spell the whole thing.
ATLTEOTL.
ATL.
TE.
TE. ATLTE?
Yep. ATLTE. TEOTL. ATLTEOTL.
Yeah.
Adultiodal.
Adultiodal.
Yeah.
I wasn't anywhere close. You had to say that like 6 times.
Adultiodal. Adultiodal. He's like, it's one of the depending on.
Oh, what is this guy's name anyway? Sorry.
His name is Grimn. 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 Which sounds great in Primordial. It's just like a bass hum in the water. Grum. Outside the water, it would probably sound dumb.
Alright.
It's just plastic. There were icing things in there, but we ate them all.
Right. I'm just thinking how dumb that is.
I don't know. I can use that shit in the classroom and decorate
take
in
it.
the house and stuff like that.
We,
Well, I'm not saying to take these, but I'm like,
you should absolutely take them. But we also have your tin, your Christmas tin. We still have.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll take that.
Anyway, so he goes. It's an aspect of Adultiodal, one of the gods of water here in Chult. Where did you find this?
It found me as soon as I came upon it in the. I'll give him kind of the general area where I found
He goes, oh, it was trapped in a lectern. Someone keeping water from the rivers and oceans. That is not how the people here treat their spirits. Like you saved these. You saved this thing if it was in a separate body of water somewhere else.
Oh, good for him.
And, you are, much honor to you for returning this spirit to freedom.
I kind of
any
drift
idea-
off into just commenting on what they're saying now. Repeating what they're saying.
Does he have any idea why it might attach itself to me like this?
Well, I mean, obviously it looks like you are special to the water. You are one of the people from the south? The Jins?
Anyone?
No.
No, okay.
You're not from Kalimshan.
Oh,
I mean,
that's right. No,
your people are supposedly from Chult.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell him that then. I came here looking for my people, and this thing seems to have found me, and I wasn't sure if that's a personal tie to nature or if this thing has ulterior motives.
Well, the water is mercurial. It is not your ally all the time. It has found a way out for you, but water will always find the easiest way out. That's how the rivers work. So, don't enjoy its company, but do not rely on it.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, all right. And then I'll warn him that Yoshim is trying to sell piranha, so if he has any...
I think about it before I relay that part.
I ask him if he's seen these. I call them Raiba, but the piranha.
He puts over. He takes his, his pincer basically, and puts it up into his mouth, and you hear a whistle issue out of his mouth, and a school of piranha pop out of the boat and head over to you guys. And they get a little thrown off when your piranha come up to protect you, and they're all and he has to say commands to them. But yeah, train piranha.
Oh, I'll ask him now that I've seen this. I'll ask him, are they for sale? Maybe I can broker something. Is that something he's willing to do? Otherwise, I'll warn him and be like, hey, if you're not into that,
so
then there's a very overly dressed.
What he's talking about next is nothing to do with these are sacred or anything like that. It's more to do what can he offer us? We're the men from the fort. They came and gave us, wanted to give us gold, but what do we have?
Wanted these also?
No. For fish.
Okay.
Back in the day, he's to fish for them. To fish for them. He's they offered us gold, but what do we have need of gold for? We started trading to them for metal harpoon tips, trident and spears. So he's kind of getting into it, and if you keep relaying back to Yoshim, he's a hustler. He starts the hustle.
Why don't we suggest the structural integrity of the galleon? Maybe they can provide some building materials or something, pitch something they can bring downstairs to close that thing off and make it better.
So this structure, especially since the structure is now underwater, it has a lifespan.
Plus,
that's going to be much less.
Yoshim has money to throw at problems, so
it's true.
Maybe he can figure something out with the Aldani. Adley Aldani. This is something that we hear.
Is it in the water or out of the water?
Is it a human? All right. That's enough of
The
that.
birds from the jungle behind you scatter into the sky, and you hear, and you underwater feel a pressure. And then there is the sound of rushing water and a very, very low thrumming. and up over the bay wall from where the estuary lets into this bay, water just out over everything, comes crashing down, scatters their stone cairn, holding spots. The Aldani start running into the water, and something absolutely massive comes out of the river.
Is it the Golden Serpent?
No. It's that island you saw. You see all the plants and things on its back, but it is a hippo the size that you have never seen before. It is, in fact, a giant hippo. Dayton comes crashing out. This thing is massive. This thing is the size of the galleon that's in this bay, and it is terrified and running, and it's running right towards these Aldani and their new home.
That's a bummer for them. Can we tell what's... I'm just kidding.
It's all these shapes I can turn into, but not into before.
Mm-hmm.
You can turn into what?
He can turn into animal shapes, but he can't do anything that has a flying or a swim speed yet.
Interesting. I'm trying to think of something we can do to steer it away.
Well, let's go ahead and roll initiative, since this is a pretty immediate and time-intensive threat.
That's my first bad one.
They're rolling about even for me, so I'm going to stop doing testers because all my testers are stealing all my high numbers. But I have a really high initiative.
So you are... Someone message Dayton that I just pulled the biggest meta joke on him.
He doesn't check Discord anymore, he told me.
What a dick.
Well, he's like, I don't game anymore. So the last couple times that he's gotten down and like shown up, I've actually texted him and been like, dude, check your Discord. He said that he's like, I didn't do it on purpose. Just like I get up and there's like 75 messages, and he's like, I had so many things muted that it's like, what's the point? Or something to that effect. I don't want to put word in his mouth.
Cool. I can turn into a giant wolf spider. How far away is this?
About 60 feet. What's your initiative?
12.
Ling.
6.
Rabbit, huh? What is your initiative bonus?
+4.
Says mine. Wow, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I could add my proficiency to the Reddit.
All right. So the giant hippo is just plowing forward. It's moving at 40 feet, so it's nearly to the bay, about to trample all those, what's left of those buildings. And it's pushing a big-ass wave in front of it. Because it just ran down the river. Like, it just ran through the river to get here, taking all the river water that was in front of it with it.
Alright. Whose turn is it?
Metzel's. What do we do?
Let's try to distract it away from the bay.
That means we have to move it that way. How do we do that?
I'm gonna make my fish glow and try to scare it from one side away. Basically, like gnash at one eye so that it steers.
Do you have a spell that does that?
I have fairy fire, so I can coat.
Okay.
I can coat them and make them glow
You can coat
violet.
So you could coat
bright.
the hippopotamus and try to scare it away. All right. So that's what you say. Is anyone telling Metzli to do anything? He has his weapon out.
I mean, maybe. Can he throw it?
This is
60 feet.
it's only 20 feet away now, basically.
Oh, really?
It moved
coming
40.
at us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we need to scare it off to one side.
Yeah, I mean, my initiative's so low that I'm imagining I'm kind of in a panic.
So he's holding his. He's going to hold his action then.
All right, let's try mine. If we have to, then he can do the same thing. Maybe throw it or hack it on the same side of the face so the thing turns.
All right. So on 12, you're just going to try to.
I'm just going to try to get the fish on one side of its face. You know, kind of do the school thing and move and do their thing. But I'm going to cast fairy fire on them first.
I mean, you. So.
Do I need to cast fairy fire on them?
If that's the effect you want, but the fish are what is your fairy fire.
Yeah.
They are the ones spreading it. Like you have to kind of like, the animal spirit is not something you command and it does things for you except for those certain things. It's it's what your effects are. Like what your spells are the fish. So your fairy fire is your fish going over and coating and shining and all this thing on them. Like, so it's...
This one. Okay, so I'm just going to... Then we'll just bunch it up on one side of his face and just...
fairy fire it.
Stuff, yeah.
So you throw a big bunch of glowy shit on its face. Huh. Well. What's your spell saving throw?
Dex 12.
No, look at your... Go to your spells.
Mm-hmm.
Are you on your spells? All the way at the top.
What am I looking for?
Saving throw.
Save DC?
Yeah.
12.
Okay. You said Dex 12 for some reason.
Oh, it's because of the...
the spell down there. Yeah, I'm not...
Sorry, I was...
It failed that as well, way. But it's... I'm rolling because of the way you're presenting it is to scare it, not to code it.
Yeah.
But it does both.
Okay.
It's brave... So has advantage on all saving throws against being frightened by any means. Completely failed. 6 and a 3. So it stops. It digs in, but all of the dirt, all of its momentum is still going. It's going to probably keep going for the other 20 feet right to the shoreline, and all the water is being pushed in front of it as well. That water is going to hit you next turn. You still have movement if you want to move yourself.
I mean, there's not going to be much I can do.
And you're in the water, like head sticking out, looking at this thing coming at you.
Yeah, I was going to say I could freeze it, but it's only a 5-foot cube.
Move anywhere?
I mean, I guess I'll just go under. Nah, I don't know. Where are you guys? Just like right around
They're like, he's in the water with his head half in. Metzli and Yoshim are up on the bank, and this thing is pretty much like running down this way with the wave. Water, right? You and the Aldani are down here. Grim. So you're all kind of in its path, though it's a little bit to the right of you.
Is it gonna, what's his name again?
Grim.
Is Grim gonna be alright, or can I snatch him out of the water with me?
He looks like...
He's probably more at home here.
Well, he's watching his people run into the water and try to get away. And he looks like he is a leader of some type, and he has a weapon in his hand. So he's kind of turning to stop and fight, though he looks obviously terrified of this thing.
Alright, I'll stay with him then.
One of those.
We'll stand our ground together.
Alright. 6.
So, let me ask this first. I'm assuming that this thing seems mad enough that an animal friendship probably wouldn't work.
read to me animal friendship.
Ooh.
Read to me of Shakespeare's young boys in bondage.
The spell lets you convince a beast that you mean it no harm. Choose a beast that you can see within range. It must see and hear you. If the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails. Otherwise, the beast must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be charmed for the spell's duration. Well, that's also a pretty important caveat.
Yep.
If you or one of the champions harms the target, the spell ends.
Saving throw against what? It should say on there.
Yeah, I just closed it too soon. Wisdom.
Wisdom against what? It should say at the top somewhere, spell save DC. Unless it says right next to wisdom. Does it have a difficulty?
Yeah, wisdom 14.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh. Did you want to cast it? Is that what you want to do?
Oh yeah, well, it was more kind of wanting to, because I assume I'm familiar with this spell.
Yeah. You could. There's nothing in there that states that you can't do it if it's mad or angry or anything like that.
Okay.
It's just that you have to get across that spell save DC.
Yeah, I'll cast it. I jump up and I'm all like, whoa. Oh, great beast of a hippo.
Scary scream! Nat 1. So you are now best friends with a giant hippo.
Okay, how long does this last?
And he is...
Oh, duration 24 hours.
Yeah, you have a giant hippo. But he is 100% panicked. Scream! It's after me. Big scream! Scary sound!
Is this just what I'm perceiving from it?
No, I think animal friendship, doesn't it have a telepathic link?
No, that's
No,
Beast Bond.
Beast Bond. No. This is what you're perceiving off of it, yeah. Like, it is terrified of that noise that happened.
Hey, Ruby.
Hey! How's it going? They just got attacked by a giant hippopotamus, which the druid just stopped. One spell. Metzley is like...
What made the scream?
Don't know. Loud though. Scream.
Oh.
And he's like looking around. He kind of wants to get in water, and he's not in water. Oh, I do need, because there's a little bit of time. Everyone that's in the brunt of the wave hitting needs to make a. If you're in the water, you can make a dex save.
Yay.
If that's better than con. Everyone else needs to make a con save.
So I was in a position where I could listen. So what does that make me?
You can do dex if you want, if it's better. Assuming it is.
Definitely is. Fuck. I'm guessing a D4 will not help a 6.
No. Mm-mm. I mean, it could have been
15.
15's fine. You're so close, man. Oh,
Did you use your inspiration earlier?
he did use his inspiration earlier. So Metzley just gets taken off his feet, slammed into the water, and is pushed out into the water. Like, he's prone, coughing up water out of the fight for a turn.
He's not like sinking into the water.
Yeah, he is sinking into the water. Like, he went, like, because you saw, he's like, tried to stand his ground against this wave of river that came at him, and it just picks him right up and takes him 30 feet out into the water. And, you know how, like, you've seen videos of tsunamis and tidal waves and things like that. He just gets pummeled into this water like a big sack of potatoes.
But a 10 wouldn't succeed.
A 10 would not succeed. A 12 would.
Then I will save that.
So, you are also picked up, knocked prone, and take 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
some lava rock.
Is it still my turn, or?
Yes.
After hearing this, I'm going to go ahead and cast my own totem.
Is it the unicorn?
You're going to turn into a fish?
No.
Oh, that's level. There we go.
It's a beast shape. Oh, god damn it.
What?
I was trying to get, because it has that screen that slides over to
Yeah,
say stuff.
I'm trying to
back.
get back and it take you out of it. So they're in Chult, terrible jungle.
Wait, you only have one bonus action, don't you?
You only have one bonus action. You haven't used it for anything. Unless, what's Animal Friendship?
No, that is a spell.
It's an action spell, right? Like, takes on full action.
Yeah.
Bonus action, you're going to call down your totem, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's the unicorn?
It is... Yeah, the unicorn.
Okay. So, where are you putting it?
Centered
Where you want
as
it.
possible to
Like-
me and, I guess...
All of you, do you want to include the hippopotamus on this? Or do you want to... Because if the central to all you now is out in the water.
Yeah, I mean, we'll center it on.
On just you guys? Or do you want to put it on the... You can put it on the shore.
Well, I can move it
And-
with a bonus
Right.
action.
But you put it on the shore, and it'll be all of you and be in front of the
Yeah,
hippopotamus.
okay, we'll do that.
The giant hippo. So this like shimmering light comes down and coalesces into a unicorn that's just kind of like it doesn't coalesce physically. It still looks ephemeral and glowing, and it is like spouting out almost this like healing wind that's coating the area around it. And the hippopotamus is like, ooh, pretty.
And me and all the allies get advantage on detection on checks made to detect creatures in the spirit's aura. And anytime I heal, I can also heal anybody else.
What a weird fucking spell.
It's not a spell. It's just, that's the shepherd ability.
Oh my god. You just know a unicorn.
And that's one of the three things he can pull down.
Yeah, I can see there's more. I think it's
Yeah.
kind of fun, but I was like...
But for this, the cool thing about this, you'll appreciate this as Durmok.
Yeah.
If he casts a healing spell and, like, say targets you, that unicorn will take that healing spell and give it to everyone in the zone. It's amazing healing. It's ridiculous.
Right now it's calming the hippo, though.
Well, I was gonna try
It's
and
distracting the hippo.
talk more to the hippo, but
Yeah.
no, I just got flung, and so it's probably my turn. Yeah, I'm friends with him for 24 hours. So.
You are. So it goes back to the giant hippo. He wants in the water, and there's now a unicorn kind of in his path. So it kind of goes around and stomps through the stone cairns of the Aldani and just starts getting into the water. And his displacement level is a lot. Like, he starts getting into this water and it's starting to rise up the shore and everything. Like, it's turning this bay into high tide.
It doesn't look like if he gets out, though, that it's going to be depleted to a point that it...
No, it just go back.
Okay, cool. 'Cause
I mean, it'll even out.
Yeah.
He's a large thing.
And
the size of the
making
ocean.
sure that him getting in doesn't pour water over the edges, so that when he gets out, more of the galleon is exposed and like he damages the
yeah,
bay.
it shouldn't, because even if it kind of did, even if the galleon was a little bit exposed, the high tide would bring the ocean water back in.
Point, actually.
So
All right.
depends on when he gets out. So he's getting in, going, scary stuff, don't like scary stuff. And he's kind of like looking around, angry-ish.
It's,
He doesn't
Not your turn. 14, Metzley tries to recover and swim easily. He swims back to shore. And that's That's all he's got.
Me again?
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna.
Oh, his face is glowing, by the way. The hippo's face is
I
glowing.
was gonna see if Metzley needed help, but he seems to have made his way
That's
back.
not. Does that have to do with the spell, or is
It has to do with the fairy fire he hit him with.
He doesn't. I mean, the hippo's not threatening, like eating the Aldani or anything like that right now.
You're not the person that understands things, but you see this hippo is just barged into the water.
Yeah.
You're not exactly sure. Like, you heard his side of the conversation, but the hippo still got into the water and it's looking around very agitated. And the movement from all the Aldani down by the boat is definitely catching his attention.
Don't attack it.
I'm not attacking it.
Don't let them attack it.
I guess I'll signal the Aldani.
And Grim is like,
yeah. I'll let the Aldani know that we're gonna try to talk it out of here. This isn't permanent, but it's gonna have to house here for a few minutes, kind of thing. Try to let it know that we're mitigating this situation a little bit, but to stop moving around. Stop being.
So you're telling Grim to
I'm telling Grim,
relay.
Stop being hippo bait.
Yeah, he natural 20s to like relay things down to
Yeah.
his people. He speaks in Aldani, so you're not sure what he says, but the people start to move a little bit slower and start getting into their the ship. Or actually, a lot of them are kind of getting around and behind the ship. You do see like a ton of piranha have come out and are forming a cloud in front of the ship. The Aldani lobster people train piranha. Just telling the truth.
Is that something that's like in the book already?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool.
Now, well, I mean, so my method of coming up with a storyline is all over the fucking place. But as I was reading the people, the creatures that are at Chult or in Chult, it's talking about the intelligent creatures, goblins, the dwarves, this, and it said Aldani. I'm like, what the fuck is an Aldani? I clicked on it, and it's these lobster people, and I'm like, yep, they're in my game. They are absolutely 100% in my game. And then so I read all about them, and they train piranhas. And then you said you made your guys into piranhas, and I'm like, even more of a tie-in.
Yeah, right.
So, that was you telling him, and he conveyed to his people. They are starting to scatter. That was 12. 6.
How far away is the hippo? Can I swim up to it?
Yeah,
I swim up to it.
15 feet.
In order to, I want to do a beast bomb. In order to do that, I need to touch.
Okay.
But then I can communicate telepathically with it.
I'll
start making my way there.
Yeah,
if I can't
it's only
make
15 feet for you swimming because it's difficult terrain. You still have your movement left.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't need to use it for anything.
No.
I mean, could I have said something to it to have it come towards me as well?
Sure.
Is that going to be close enough?
Yeah. So you're gonna try to cast Beast Bond on it?
Get over here.
Yeah.
Come here, big
So
fella.
what's that do?
That. You establish telepathic link with one beast you touch that is friendly to you or charmed by you. Spell fails if the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher. Until the spell ends, the link is active while you and the beast are within line of sight of each other. Through the link, the beast can understand your telepathic messages to it, and it can telepathically communicate simple emotions and concepts back to you. While the link is active, the beast gains advantage on attack rolls against any creature within 5 feet of you. Within 5 feet of you that you can see.
And there's no saving throw, right? Because you already have it charmed, it just kicks off. So you go up and you touch this on his big dumb face, and
I like that we consistently insult the intelligence of this hippo.
yeah, he's dumb.
These hippos are dumb.
And then I communicate to it. Like, I want it... First I'd say, like, calm it down, you're among friends, telepathically, and then I want to know more about, like, exactly what it's afraid of, what this thinks this noise was. But only simple emotions and stuff from it.
It's like it conveys that something something was near it. Something came out near it, and he didn't really care. Like, things move around him all the time. He's big enough to not give a shit about most things that move around him. But this thing came up to the edge of his spot, and then that noise happened, like that scream, and it chilled him right to the bone, and you just feel the fear that he felt, and it ran. Like, he had to get away from that thing.
Did it see anything? Would that count as... Because it's simple emotions and concepts. Like...
The concept is there's something on the shore. It looked upright.
And big.
No, it was not big enough to be consequential to him. Smaller than the alligator that he killed. So,
well, then I'll convey. It's like something frightened this beast, and it does take much to frighten a gorgeous animal such as this.
It doesn't take much.
It does take much.
They ain't scared of much. Alright. That was on 6. 15. The hippo's like, can we get away from that? Like, I want to keep going. And he starts to, like, kind of be like sidestepping to try to go deeper into the bay because he wants to keep getting away from the thing that frightened him.
Do what I can to try and keep him nearby.
Okay. I'm going to need an animal handling check with advantage because you have bee spawn and all the other. He's charmed.
So I'll roll again just because it could be better. But...
Yeah.
Could be better, but it wasn't.
Yep.
But that's still a dirty 20.
It will take your actions to keep this thing focused on what you want it to do, because it's...
Can I give him the old assist with my animal handling?
I mean, he's already succeeded.
Oh.
It's just that this thing is big enough and dumb enough that the turn you stop saying, hey, no, stay here, it's going to move. Like, it just... So
Right.
It's going to take a lot of your
that
effort.
it's safer among that these lobster people are your friends, that all these other people are your friends, type thing.
All right. Metzley is like just up on the shore. He's facing where the hippo came from because you just said that this thing came down here or something was up there that scared it. So he's looking at the tree line up over there. And that's his turn. So 12. Make me a perception with disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Uh-huh.
There's the unicorn.
What about the unicorn? Oh, it cancels the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because it's creatures, right? Just creatures. Okay.
Dirty 20.
All right. So you're sitting there, you're watching him talk to this thing, and you're like, hey, just keep it away from the people. And you look over down at the back of the ship. There are two things swimming away from the ship. They do not look like lobster people. They are swimming. They're not walking. They look
Fish people.
very long. Very long. And the way they're moving is very... Like, you've seen this. You're a water person, an academic. It's how snakes move through water. So there's these two very long things moving through the water, and up towards their fronts, it looks like they're carrying things. Like they have arms.
I'll skinny that to grin.
He looks over. He goes, that shouldn't be. Like, what were they do? What did they take? Who are these
I
things?
don't know. They look like they're taking from you, though, sir.
They're taking from the ship. It's not our ship, but what could it have been?
You got your hands full. I mean, I guess I could.
I am hugging the hippo.
Does it look like I can make it over there in one turn?
No, but you are the fastest swimmer out of all of them.
Let's give it a try.
And if you say something, if you call out to Metzley, he's on the beach. He can start running that way as well.
Yeah, I'll call out to Metzley.
What's interesting now is that the river that came down here is gone. He pushed all of the water, and it hasn't recovered and come back yet. So where this river came down through this beach, there's no water at the moment.
So there's no way out of this bay.
Well, I mean, you just climb up the side into the jungle. But for Metzley, he doesn't have to cross a river. Like he can just run across the beach now because all the water has dried up essentially or been pushed out of the way. So did you call out to him or call out to anyone else?
I mean, I'll call to everyone, but yeah.
The only person like Yoshim is just like huddled on the beach over in a corner, like off the way, just like, what's going on? So yeah, you start moving. Metzley will start running down the beach. You can do a double move as well if you're not going to take any other action.
Yeah, let's do it.
60 feet towards that. They are quite a bit ahead of you because this is a pretty big bay, and they're coming from the back of the ship, which was the furthest away from you.
Plus 15 feet because my fish push me.
Can they push you? Because you have to hit. That's because that happens when you hit a target. But I don't know if it can be you or not.
You are moved by the swarm 5 feet horizontally in the direction of your choice. Oh, it's only
5
feet.
It's 5 feet for you. But hey, it's 5 feet.
Yeah, hey.
And it's generally, so I'll let it happen regardless, but normally that's when you hit a creature.
Yeah,
it's meant to get you out of reach. When you hit a monster, they can move you 5 feet back.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But for this, since they're next to you, and you have nothing else to use them for, like they're helping you swim through here. You need to spend your action to keep him calm in here. But you can do whatever you want with your bonus action reaction, or if you really want to spend your action on something else, it just requires a roll again.
Another animal handling roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cure myself.
Okay.
And
Metzley.
For whatever. Is he the only one that's...
He's the only one, the other one that's injured.
I'm burning through my spells real quick. We haven't seen what we're fighting yet. Damn.
I know, right? I did that earlier too. Went from a 16 to a 3.
Yeah.
Does it give you a bonus? The unicorn?
No. The bear gives everybody +5 temporary hit points, but this one just allows me to spread it. So that's 6 more wound, or 6 hit points for me and 6 hit points
For everyone else.
Yep, anyone needs it.
I mean, you're not hurt,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not hurt, but it still feels good.
Yeah. The unicorn.
I feel unicorn kisses on my back. On the
So,
back of my neck.
Oh, and then the animal handling.
yeah.
Hey.
19?
Yeah, and you have advantage because charmed. So,
23.
there you go. Alright, so you're keeping him here. Yeah,
And if he needed any healing.
you got it. So,
He got back 2 hit points out of like 900.
2 + 4.
6 hit points.
alright. The giant hippo goes. And he goes, where are they moving? Where are they going?
Just communicate, I'll just do whatever I can to communicate. It'll just be like, it's okay, it's okay. Who's he talking about?
These two are now like swimming and running on the land. Like,
They're making sure that there's nothing dangerous out there.
No, we're not. Just kidding. Yeah.
Well, it's telepathic.
So I think it.
All right. So 14. So Metzley is running down the water, and the snakes in the water are like going. It's still pretty decent distance. It's still like 120 feet, and he's moving 60. That they kind of start getting to the shore and climbing up out of the water. But let's see if he knows what these are. Yeah, he yells back, "Yonti!" and pulls out his McWaddle.
Hope he has some obsidian stuff in his pouch. Those
These
things
one
are
of those
only
things
good for a little while before
This is
everything.
one of
He's
those
a-
blades that comes out and it's like kind of angled at the end.
So this is think of a cricket bat,
Oh yeah.
and then
jagged on the edges.
it's got obsidian razor blades. His are triangles set into the sides.
Gave him the wrong
He
one.
he has a tool set. He has a tool crafting ability, but they didn't have it in the game that I wanted. But he is a napper. Yeah, that's what he does.
I mean, it's all magic, but those things can chop through a head's horse, or
Wow,
To a head's horse?
to a head's horse.
through a horse's. Can chop off a horse's head in a few swings, but only once.
Yeah, and you got to replace that shit. No, he knows how to take care of his thing. All right, so yeah, he is. That's a pretty big deal. Yuan-Ti, snake people that want to bring about the end of the world. So
Oh, okay. I know what these are.
they're a big deal here on the Chult Peninsula because literally their god is underneath here and it wants to end the world.
Well, now I know that. I'll try and get the hippo to go after him too when
I thought.
because I imagine him kind of like because I have to go for air.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't go far enough. It's still an island. It's still poking out the top, and you're on its big flat rimmed nose right here, which is glowing. What did you look up?
Yeah, Yanti. I thought they were something different.
Nope.
I had like an abominable snowman kind of thought. I don't know where I got that.
Yeti?
The Yeti, but it could have been. But the Yuan-Ti,
Yuan-Ti
if
Yeti.
you remember,
No, I know what you're trying to say.
I can't remember who it was. It might have been you, but one of the first games we played on stream, it was a one-shot. Kaylin played a Yuan-Ti, and you guys played people that followed her. It was Dayton and you, I think.
Yeah.
Dayton was her bodyguard dwarf, and then you played the rogue that got her into the town, and that's when you fought that black dragon down in the cistern.
That's right.
But she was a Yuan-Ti. She was out trying to find magic items. Anyway, so he's charging. That was on 14.
And Yanti are inherently evil creatures, right?
Well, they are, as a culture, worshipping a spirit and aiding a spirit that wants to bring about the end of the world.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, whether these ones are good or bad is their own decision, how they act in the culture and all that. But they are stealing from this boat, whatever this boat is
Yeah.
from.
Unless it's their vote.
Unless it's their boat, but they don't look like they're from Waterdeep.
Right?
So, that was on 14, 12.
I continue to chase. Let's see.
So you move 65 feet with the aid of your things, unless you have something else through the water.
I mean, how far can I send them out? Can't they go another 60 feet?
They don't do anything. You keep trying to make them into a creature that does
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
They only aid. They are flavor for your other
Gotcha,
abilities.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So then nothing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just chase. So
If you had
65 feet.
a spell, then
No,
they'd
I
be the conveyance
I
of
keep
it.
trying to act them like I'm a Drake.
Like your Drake Warden,
Yeah.
like you have a creature.
Yeah.
It's understandable.
It's hard
But-
to wrap my head around it. Yeah. But it's
Conceptually, it's not a creature that is there with stats. It is just your method of doing things. Much like an artificer doesn't cast spells with magic and waves his hands. They have to make things.
Yeah.
So it's just your descriptions change.
Right on. So, I mean, all I can do is continue to chase it.
65 feet, you are... Like, the whole thing is, boats in the thing over here, beaches over here. They were going this way. So, like, they're getting up onto the shore. Metzley is, like, here, and you're, like, here.
Yeah.
But you're still...
Yeah, I'm
you're still behind. They still have the advantage of being pretty far away.
Let's see. Oh, no, because I used all my movement and everything. So, yeah, that's it for me.
Oh. That was 12, 6.
I'm gonna try and follow. I can never remember his name.
Metzley.
Metzley.
M-E-T, so Metzley. So it's because it's a T-Z-T. Metzley.
Metzley. If I can get onto the shore real quick and start following.
You gonna try to ride the hippo, or are you gonna just do this on your own?
Just do this on my own while beckoning it. Well, how fast can a hippo move?
40.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Animal handling advantage.
It's 22.
Yep.
And
All right. He's like, we go stomp on the thing that scared me.
we stomp.
He comes up out of the water, turns around, and starts galloping down the way. Unfortunately, he can't do a full run because he has to have the order. Like, it takes the action to get the order, then he reacts to the order. But this thing is just pounding down the beach at 40.
How far away are these?
6, 20. Now they are, to you, about 80.
Too far.
Yeah. After this turn, since he's already in pursuit, he'll be able to do runs. But yeah, the hippo has come out of the water. He is, sitting on its brow, and it's now going after these things. So it's running down the beach towards the Yanti.
I should have made this class a long time ago.
How many beasts do you deal with in any of my other games?
Right.
But no, you had to do it for this one. You bastard.
I always intend to at some point make just like a wizard that's just pure illusion or something.
It's a difficult one, but rewarding and fun when you can pull shit off. All right, that was on 6. Back at the top starts with the giant hippo, who now runs 80 across this beach.
Is that just his natural running speed?
It's 40, and he's double moving. So there's these, Yanti coming out of the water, like...
With a little rabbit on top.
Yeah. You're basically, like, you're one move away from getting to these guys. If you... Like, it's got its orders, so you don't need to maintain it at the moment. So now you're only 40 feet away to, like, if you want to cast spells or do anything on your turn.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right, 14 is them and Metzley. So Metzley double moves and gets to one of them. And that's it. That's all he can do. Yeah. So he double moves and he gets next to one who like just turns and hisses at him and kind of rears up, and the other one still is what's carrying all the stuff. and on his 14, he goes. So he double moves 60 feet towards the ridgeline. He's trying to get to the jungle. But the one that stopped is going to attack Metzley.
Feel free to say no, because I should have said this before. But I wanted to move the spirit totem with a bonus action.
Oh, yeah. You can keep that coming with you. Now, actually, in this case specifically, because of the size of this hippo and the fact that it is terrain on its back,
I just put it on.
you just put the unicorn on the back of this hippo.
Look at me.
Like
Have you ever thought that you could see a rabbit riding a hippo with a unicorn on its back?
No, I didn't think that was going to happen.
Okay.
That wasn't
This
on my list
thing,
of things to see this afternoon.
and this thing just goes ham on Metzley. It's advantage on all of its attacks, and it's
Oh, wow.
claw, bite.
Why does it have advantage on everything?
It's going reckless, which just means it gets advantage to attack, but everyone that attacks it also gets advantage. So, 19 plus its attack hits, an 8 plus 4 misses, amazingly, amazing, and a 15 misses. Hold on, what's the... Yeah. How did it miss 2 attacks?
I mean, you don't have to be mad about it.
I'm kind of mad about it. Kind of mad about it. I mean, if you have advantage. So it hit with a bite. Does 7 damage to Metzley.
Part of me wants another cookie, part of me doesn't.
Yeah, right? Like they're there. They're so good, but
They're
so
so
big.
big. I know.
You get like, you're like, okay, all right, I have 2 bites, and it's like, that's enough. That's enough.
It's so big. It's so good.
I'm glad I picked those up.
Yeah.
All right. That was 14. You go.
Yeah.
So, you have a couple options. If you move 30 feet, you can move up to the shoreline and start getting out of the water, and you'll be within range of most of your spells on the one that's against Metzley. But if you wanted to get all the way up there to a melee range, you'd have to double move.
Okay, let's go with once and then I'll cast.
Okay.
So I'm going to get as close as I can and then entangle the one on Metzley.
Oh. Okay. What's the range on Entangle?
90 feet.
You can try to... No, he's too far away. No, go for it. You can entangle Laura on Metzley.
Alright.
And it's a big radius, right?
20 feet.
Yeah, so you have to position it in a way that isn't going to get Metzley as well.
Behind him, and
Yep.
the other one is escaping.
Yeah, he's escaping. He's just out of the range of that spell.
That's fine. I'll head that way once this one's entangled.
Okay. Dex saving throw, I'm
It
assuming?
says strength.
Oh!
12.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like... Oh, okay. Same saving throw for this thing. Either way. 17. So, it still makes it difficult terrain?
Mm-hmm. Grasping leaves are obliged to move around in a 20-foot square starting from the point within range. For the duration, these plants turn the ground in the area to difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained. Yeah. So you're right. So then it's difficult terrain.
You basically position it in such a way that if he wanted to run from Metzley, he's going to get screwed.
All right.
All right. That was 12.
Bonus action, nothing.
Oh, you didn't hit with an attack or anything like that. So
Yeah.
the piranhas can move you your little 5 feet.
Yay.
Yee. Yee. So... 6.
At least I've had some successful rolls.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're how far away from?
From the one that's on Metzley, you're like 40-ish feet. From the other one, you're 90-ish feet. He's just booking it.
I'm going to communicate to the hippo to keep chasing the one that's running off. And I'm going to bonus action shillelagh my quarterstaff.
What does that do exactly?
It turns it into a badass magical weapon.
It uses my magic.
His magic attribute instead of his physical attribute
Oh, cool.
to hit.
So you just, for some reason with this stick,
Yeah.
you hit really hard.
Only wooden, like clubs and
quarterstaffs. Yep. It's arguably one of the top 5 best cantrips, especially as a damaging spell. Like Eldritch Blast, and then Flame Blast, and then Shillelagh.
So I can only move 30, but I have my hop.
Hop!
So I'm going to go ahead and hop off the thing for the 10 feet, run the 30, and just shillelagh.
Shillelagh, this poor Yonti. Alright.
So he's like, oh, I'm gonna get this fucking shifter. Then all of a sudden the ground tries to hold him and a rabbit comes off
Jumps and hits him with a stick.
Usagi Yojimbo and you.
I do. It is kind of lame that you can only do it like twice per long rest, though. The rabbit hop.
Well,
Yeah, it's.
don't think of it as like a single jump. It's like a maneuver. Like he's doing something.
But at least you get it back on the short rest, right?
No, long.
Oh, long?
If it was short, that would.
I really like it, though.
Honestly, every time something's a short rest, I'm just like, can we get a short rest? Can we get a
Yeah,
short
can we
rest?
get
Can
it?
we get a short rest? Can we get a short
Yeah,
rest?
it's
And I
sort of
still,
like
and I still,
it's meant that you can only do it so many times in a combat.
Yeah.
you should be able to get short rests out of for most combats, but it is an hour. Unlike, I don't do it like most people do, which is they turn into 10 minutes. I'm like, no. It's an hour. Unless you're in a dungeon time, which I call dungeon time, like which we don't really do that much.
Yeah.
Then I'll let you get a quick rushed short rest in with a 10-minute thing.
Is it quarterstaff a D6 or D8?
D6. D8 if it's two-handed.
Oh, okay.
It's versatile, right?
Yeah, I guess that's what that means.
It has a D6, D8.
Yeah, you're not holding a shield. You should
He
double-
does
I
have
have
a
a
shield.
Oh, you do have a fucking shield?
Yep.
I need to look at your character.
Druids come with shields. A wooden,
wooden shield.
shield.
I don't
Why
like
wouldn't
metal.
it be?
Do you... Are you using the shield? If you're not using the shield, you can two-hand that thing.
That's a good point. Yeah, I'll go two-handed.
Okay, so D8 plus your... or the attack roll. Yeah.
Plus the Shalagahi.
The Shalagahi.
So it's just my wisdom instead of strength, right? So +4.
It's plus 6 total with your proficiency bonus, because you're proficient in the weapon.
16?
Pretty much you can look at your spellcasting attack value, and that's what you're adding to it.
That's it.
16 hits.
D8 plus 4, right? Because the damage adds to the wisdom. So 9 damage. So just...
Pow! Right in the kisser.
Just enough to feel it. You're like, motherfucker.
It just hisses at you.
Is that a rabbit?
Yeah, we're very rare in
Right?
favorites.
Every time you strike someone, they're like, are all Harrigan just scary?
Yeah, oh my god! Are you, anything else? Because your bonus action, you moved, you attacked.
Yeah,
So, I don't think you have anything else. Alright. Then that brings it back to the top of the order. The giant hippo peels off and goes, I'll get you for scaring me! And is charging after the other
Are you
Yonti.
convinced that those things made the scream?
Yeah. And
I wondered how you did that when we were in combat.
so real quickly, basically it's turning and charging after that thing. That Yonti is running, leaps up onto the bank and is getting into the jungle, and that hippo doesn't seem like it's going to slow down, at all to go after this thing.
Keep in mind, if I lose line of sight with him, the communication breaks.
That's fine. Most likely you are.
At this
you have to
point,
stick
yeah.
He's not threatening the Aldani anymore, which is the primary thing that you needed to get done. So...
I mean, just because I lose communications doesn't mean he'd necessarily break off the pursuit. I just can't.
He's still got his charm for 24 hours. All right. Next up is Metzli. Metzli goes into a rage. And you see his face even, like, more so gets into cat-like visage. And he starts swinging. Well, anyway, started swinging. He doesn't need to go reckless. Reckless is a barbarian thing, which is kind of.
Are the Yonti like? Is there a character sheet kind of generally? They are.
Barbarian.
Or is that...
No, they are. There are hundreds of varieties of Yonti. Many, because like. They just got cursed with snakedom.
Like more than the Quatoa? I'm just kidding.
So they got cursed with snakedom, and that means that there are people that look like complete humans except they have snake fingers. There's people that have snake heads and human bodies. People that have snake bodies and human heads.
Are the ones that
The
look like
pure
humans,
they
right?
they look and can mimic humans. Yeah, the purebloods are the ones that they send out into the world. Everything else is roll for every body part. Is it snake or is it person?
Yeah. That would be fucking annoying.
Yeah, they are crazy.
I have one leg, 2 arms,
Yep.
the snake eye, human eye. My top row of teeth is snake, my bottom row is molars. I don't do anything because I can't roll. I rolled every body
I feel
part.
like teeth.
Exactly, so I have a bottom row of human teeth and then 2 fangs and possibly a scuttle beak or whatever they call
pushing
those.
He's got
Yeah.
advantage.
What?
You're just pushing food into your upper guns.
He hits.
Keep poking my chin with my ow. He hits his first strike.
Yep. 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage to this thing.
Oh, we don't need batteries. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's like I was on
one or
the
the other,
rainforest thing, so
Many waves coming in.
Right. Do jungle coast combination plus battle sounds.
Just put on 2 songs.
No, I used to do that with YouTube tabs.
yeah.
Because I found a website that did it once, and I was like, "This is kind of cool." And then Reddit had it was like a low budget one, and it was like, "Open these 3 tabs in separate tabs," and one of them was jazz, one of them was a fireplace, and the last one was just the sound of rain. But if you opened all 3 tabs, the combined sounds were really nice, actually. And I was like, "This is pretty fun."
I've never thought of that. That actually sounds like a cool.
So I've done it a lot now, where you can be like, I want this to be a French cafe, so you can find a cafe, and then you just find some French accordion music and turn it down and play it in a different tab, and you get both of them, and the sound effect is laid over.
Man, I've been on fire today. I said I've been on fire with these rolls and
You,
shit today.
you haven't failed a roll today, I don't think.
I've been dying. It's
Glad
just
to have you around so we can have some
I know.
dynamicism.
The dice are new. It's all right. The character is cool. That's what's happening. It's sucking all the luck out of the dice. The concept is too good.
Yeah,
Wasted
it's
all
just
my
funny
mojo.
that you're the ranger, but well, we can't really rely on you to find anything.
Ah, there it is. See? Damn it. Ugh.
Jesus.
These
Yeah, there you go. Let me see.
That's what I'm saying. Some of them rolls really well and bad. It's just like 50-50 now. This is just an accurate dice. Yeah, see, it's just a real die. Like, I'm an actual gamble now. I really like the way that this ink is kind of floating in here, though.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's kind of bummer. Yours are a little more like the stuff they used to make it green was heavier.
Well, in some of them, like look at this D10. That's pretty.
Yeah, that's a good point. This one's pretty cool too.
Like compare these two. This one's much darker than that one.
Yeah. I don't know. They look neat.
Yeah. Why don't you figure out how to make this?
All I have to do is buy mold. I can mix resin myself. It's just a bonding. It's a chemical setting agent. So you just have to have 2 different bottles of it. Once you mix it together and get the bubbles out, you're good to go. And then I know that once it's sitting in the mold, you can get a spray bottle and you put isopropyl alcohol in it. And then you can very lightly spray the top and you'll get the last little bubbles off the top. It pops them through surface tension and stuff. So
Let's see, wouldn't that be cool if you just made your own custom?
it would be really neat. And I know how they did this too. It's an old it's a trick. You let it set for a few seconds or for a few minutes. And then you put a syringe in with the color you want and bleed it in. This is an alcohol dye, I can tell by the...
And with all the custom dice people now, like it's becoming a big thing now that resin's gotten mainstream. Like super easy. Now there's resin 3D printers, so resin is everywhere in people's minds for molds and everything.
If I bought a mold...
You could find so many YouTube videos of just how to do any effect you wanted inside.
If I had a mold... I could buy at Hobby Lobby enough resin to make like maybe 15 sets for like $20.
You know, it'd be cool
All sorts of stuff.
if you really wanted to like get into making dice and setting yourself apart. Because we see a lot of these resins and metal. You could make wood dice or bone dice. I bet you could probably. Though that probably also takes a lot more.
Well, I didn't say anything about making dice. You brought it.
Yeah.
You told me to
Can
make
you make us dice? Can you make
I
a
know.
bone?
I know.
Alright.
Every so often someone's like, hey Mitch, you should make it. And then everyone always tells me how to go about it and stuff. They're like, what do you think? And I'm like, I didn't even bring this up.
What? This is your dream. So, man, I really want to know someone that makes dice. Mitch, could you be that person?
You make dice.
Can you give me a drink? Who?
Bone dice would be really cool.
Bone dice would be good. And that's,
Yeah.
that's
I think there's some out there, actually. On Etsy, but they're expensive as shit.
I mean, I would have to... I know I have a Dremel. I can use my Dremel really well. I can use a couple of tools to really get it set into place, but I would need I'd need a solid piece of cow bone, and it'd have to... It couldn't be like femur or anything. It would be porous. It's just difficult, I'd have to find
you
something
need to
right.
figure the right type of animal with the right size bones. I mean, cow.
You just went, right?
No. What's his
You
face?
shillelagh Metzley
Schlegel
attacked.
was- Yeah.
So then that means it's you.
Okay, so the hippo is off.
The hippo was
It's
chasing the other guy.
Fuck, I kind of want to see what that... I mean, that was the whole point of seeing what that thing fucking has.
Yeah, it took something from that
You can
boat.
keep going.
I mean, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll...
The hippo might just squish it, but you can get what it stole.
I'm gonna give chase as much as I don't want to separate. You can help with the entangled Yangti.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, yeah, I'm
And
gonna
if you
keep...
stick close to the hippo, it's got the...
The unicorn on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay chasing the
Okay.
hippo.
You are slow. Like you'll slowly start losing ground because it moves 80. You move
But if it
65.
crushes the Yangti-
But
get on
it is going to be, making a path through this jungle. If it just gets up there and follows its orders, it's going to keep crashing through trees and whatever the hell is in the way to get to this thing.
Can you get on the hippo though?
No, he can't.
No,
He
there's
doesn't
no
have any
way.
movement that
Yeah,
he can
there's-
get there.
I have to run full tilt to catch up. So.
And he's losing ground every time he
All right,
moves.
that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it
Alright.
gives me something to do. I've helped the battle. You guys seem to be in good hands. You've set a tank on auto run, so I'll chase it.
And how you dealt with this aside, I can't imagine how you would have dealt with this hippo if you played a rogue.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to imagine how this would have gone down differently if Dayton was here. Like, he would have lost his mind and been completely distracted by the fact that this giant creature is a hippo.
It's a giant hippo.
Yeah.
Did you tell him that there's a...
I'm gonna text him tomorrow and be like, dude. So are we supposed to do something tomorrow? No.
We're supposed to. We're supposed to do Five Torches Deep.
Oh, that's right. I've already asked this question.
Yeah.
My bad. So,
Like do a just a 3-hour game, 6 to
that's
9.
fine. Yeah, that's
Try to do it as quickly as possible. It's literally like you guys are here. You're going to go to a dungeon. Let's go.
Yeah. God, that's the case. One of these nights we're gonna have to do an end of the world 3-hour session too, because it's supposed to be us, and I can just kill you guys real fast.
All right.
Did I tell you about how that?
Six.
Yeah, that's right. Greg was over. That's right.
6. You're up.
I guess Shalala did.
Bonk.
Shaliglak.
Shaligalak.
16 again. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that still hits.
I like the way these dice look.
That
Yeah.
picture, man, was amazing.
Oh, so I got the. I took the flocking from my gravestones for End of the World. Remember the dice kitty I made? I still had that flocking. It's a sheet, so I just folded it over a box and put those rocks that I had gotten out and put a light behind it and just took a picture trying to get the glow through it.
11 damage. And I will bonus action to move the totem back to me. And
Oh, so you're going to take it off of him? All right. The unicorn comes off of the hippo's back.
Unless I can heal the hippo or him, which I can't. It's not really useful except for perception.
Because he's chasing. They are chasing this creature.
And
through the
hippo
forest.
would benefit from
He
the
would,
perception.
yeah.
So, okay, I'll leave it.
All right. So this glowy-faced hippo with a unicorn on its back is crashing through the jungle line, and this poor ass young T is like, ah!
So, do they have legs, or are they? Like,
These two
slithering?
do not. They have snake body.
Oh, so it can differ between.
Like I said, like it is a 100% crapshoot what you get when you get a Yanti. There are dozens of varieties. Like, just a few. That's 3, and then there's 2 more there.
Serpentor.
Yeah, so that's the one I saw.
That's the pure blood.
Serpentor is a Yanti.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, that's a hot, pure blood.
I'm not allowed to look at attractive pictures.
Sorry, it's not. Sorry.
You sure you want to say that on the recording?
It's too late. I already said it. I said it out loud enough.
You've been hitting that pin a lot.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So these happen to have serpentine legs
But
or serpentine body.
you got the 11 damage.
He took the 11 damage. He doesn't look good. He looks terrible. And now it's their turn, but
This is
that
the
means
sexy
it's
Yanti that he just hit.
no.
No.
That comes later.
Ooh.
So Metzley goes reckless, hits him. Uh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Oh! He slams into him with his weapon. With his maquaddle. Then he just leans in and bites this guy, tearing out his throat. Long-tooth shifter.
Wicked, yeah. Wicked barbarian.
And spits out the throat and blood and viscera and everything, and the Yanti, struggles back and then kind of collapses, and your entanglement just like grabs him down.
He's like he has the lycanthropy vaccine, but it hasn't taken full. He needs a booster shot.
He needs and his face is full on cat-like now, basically, as he's just in a rage.
So he's like
he
a
looks
weird
up.
cat.
He is a were panther. Yes.
Panther.
Wait,
He
is
is-
this his race thing? Or
A shifter. Yeah, he's a shifter.
Because
So
I remember I had played that barbarian who could do
that could do that. Yeah, he is. I almost doubled down on it and picked a shifter beast barbarian or whatever they are, but I got away from that instead and chose this one, which is a really cool one as well.
I thought shifter was the class at first.
No, shifter is his race.
Yeah.
So as tieflings are devil touched, as Aasimar are celestial touched, as Genasi are elemental touched, he is a lycanthrope touched person. Like something in his lineage happened that he has this little bit of lycanthrope type of effect in him.
I didn't realize there was so much like interest in variation and such to like the Genasi and a lot of the other races. I didn't realize you could adjust it so much because this one was interesting. Where I'm like, where'd you come from? I don't fucking make it all up. Like,
because the Genasi in current edition that you chose is from the Elemental Evil Player's Handbook.
Oh.
It's from a major campaign setting that also adds a lot of elemental magic.
Oh,
so that's probably why it's so specific of people turning into Genasi and things like that.
So I just happened to find a very specific
version of them. Yeah. And there's other versions of Genasi in other areas.
Well, I was gonna say, 'cause
like the Genasi from Kalimshan were made by the Jinn.
I also get
and they are families. They're tribes of Genasi.
I also keep thinking that I keep getting these mixed up with the Labyrinth.
Oh,
for some reason, because they have that aspect of
the aspect of the seasons. They're seasonal elves.
Yeah. Sorry. Anyway.
All right, so he takes down this Yuan-Ti. It drops and gets taken by the vines basically, and that's on 14. 12. I'm just trying to keep up with this thing.
How fast do these Yuan-Ti go?
You don't know.
I mean, I can take a knee and longbow it.
It would have...
Don't hit the hippo.
Right. It would have...
Oh, it's like still directly in front of the hippo.
Right. So it would have 3/4 cover because you're having to shoot basically through the legs of the hippo. And I'd say if you missed by the margin of that cover...
Maybe if I was higher than level 3.
Right? If you missed by the margin of that cover, then you would hit the hippo.
And that immediately breaks everything I have on it.
Yep. So, yeah, you can't... how this pursuit is taking place, you don't have a great line of sight.
Alright, I mean, I guess I could entangle him, get him smashed.
Is Entanglement a concentration spell?
It is.
Okay, so if you cast it, you don't know what's happening behind you.
That's true.
If you cast it, it'll end the spell effect
I
behind
guess
you.
I'm just going to have to keep chasing then, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have anything else going on.
What an awful way to go, getting squished.
I know, right?
Alright. So, that's 12. You're just chasing as best you can, trying to keep this thing in your sights. 6.
If that Yuan-Ti is incapacitated or
Dead.
dead, then I will head off chasing the hippo.
Alright.
Try and stay in line of sight and try and...
Well, I mean, it's going to be easy. Just
Now it is literally making a tunnel through the trees are kind of like you're at a disadvantage only because it's smashing so much stuff that if you wait too long, like trees and shit are falling into the path it's creating as it's just barging through the jungle.
But I'm asking it like, how's it going? Are you catching up?
Almost on it. Almost got into the scary thing.
And then just chasing after it.
Alright, so getting back to the top. Hippo's moving forward. The Yuan-Ti goes. Metzli runs. Need you to make me a perception at disadvantage. There is a giant hippo in front of you.
But if he's close enough, he's got the disadvantage.
Oh, right. So you do cancel it. 6. And you had the other one was 8, right?
Yeah, so 12 is 9.
The first roll was an 8.
Yeah.
And you canceled the... I forgot the unicorn was there.
Yeah,
it cancels disadvantage.
So I got a 12 total.
So, the Yanti cuts pretty sharply, and the hippo goes chasing it. And
it cuts with it?
Because the hippo's after that thing.
Can I use that moment to, now that I've seen that, can I use that moment to kind of try to get out ahead of this a little bit, catch up a bit?
Yeah, you can cut now and try to get ahead of it, but you'll be running through forest or through jungle because you're not running through the hole the big guy's making. So it could be hit or miss of whether you can really get a good run at it. But hey, otherwise you're just losing ground.
I'll try to do it.
Okay, so you can hit that way, and at least as you run into the jungle that way, you're within a good distance of this thing because of how sharp he cut and how you move this way. If you just move the 30 feet, you could probably throw a spell or something at this thing.
Let's do that. My survival is high. I see through the jungle.
Yeah, you're just catching up. What are you trying to do?
Yeah, so I'll cast Entangle.
The Entangle back on the beach disappears.
Yeah, I know I don't know what's going on.
You don't know what's going back on.
I don't,
but you got to stop this.
Yeah. All right, so Entangle, Strength 12. So weird that it's a Strength.
No. Yeah, no.
I mean, it makes sense because it's a bit.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
Yeah, no. So it just gets stopped.
I didn't really think about that. So
this hippo is just
I throw up.
pounding this dirt. It is causing an earthquake in this area. Animals are fleeing.
I don't know why I thought it was just gonna run and hit it and just keep going. I didn't think about it mauling.
It is terrible. There is nothing left of your entangle spell. There's nothing left of this Yanti.
I feel weird about this.
This thing just.
This is the improper way to do that.
Scary thing gone. Can I go back now?
Yeah, I think the damage is done.
If I'm still thinking okay.
Yeah, you're running up and you see this tunnel that it made, but the tunnel veers off. And then you just hear the earthquake and everything starts shaking. And as you kind of come up, you see him kind of off in the jungle a little bit this way. Again, the tunnel of the hippo. Yeah, and you see the hippo. You cannot not see it in the jungle. And it kind of looks back at you. Gotta go back to river now. Scary thing gone.
I impart to it. Yes. And those lobsters, they will make sure and stay clear of you. We'll tell them so.
All right. And it starts going perception. Where is your unicorn? Is it still on the back of this thing?
Yeah, 24.
And it's got a 60-foot radius, right?
Yes.
Okay. You don't get advantage because it's too far away. 24. So you're looking at this thing and it starts to push through and go back towards the river, which is, just right over there. And you see him just on the ground, throwing up. And then you just catch something out of the corner of your eye and you look forward and there's something crouched right at the turn. And there's something looking over and going through something that's on the ground. You see a person basically, and a big something gets pulled out, a big sheet of paper it looks like, and pouches and a couple other things. That's Lee's behind me.
That's Lee.
Yep.
I'll signal to him
Huh? He starts
making our way up.
because he's still raged. So when you point, he just ah, and he starts running, and you see this woman stand up in these kind of. The robes are tassels. It's just ribbons of fabric. The entirety of her robes are just ribbons of fabric that are bound somehow together, and they're coating over her. She's not wearing much else besides that. So you have kind of some straps that go around her, but she's looking at something that is right on that path, and it looks like the things that guy was carrying, he threw down before he turned. And it's looking at those, and it's this, looking, and Metzli is just charging this, and it's looking, and it looks up and kind of backs up and just turns into hundreds of snakes and scatters into the underbrush.
D&D 40K, like everything is terrible.
You said Chult, man. You said Chult.
Welcome to the jungle. I'm just glad it didn't smash all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
I thought too, we liquefied all the junk.
We're looking at this map that's just like got pieces
Did the snake person drop all the stuff?
Yep, it can't carry anything, so. But it got a great look at whatever it was.
You're closest, right?
Well,
Metzli is and he's just like he's running around in a circle, like swinging his Madohadl through the ground, like into the underbrush at the trees. You're screaming, roaring at this, but the snakes are gone. There is several things strewn about this area. There is a large map case, watertight. It is still coated in a little bit of brine, as it had been in that ship, apparently. It's been opened, and that's what that main thing that she was looking at is this map. There is a book, very much like one of these, but it has additional leather flaps so that you can bind the entire thing. So it has leather flap from the top, the bottom, the side, so that you can shut and clasp it, and it can be watertight. It's on the ground. And then there's this bag of something. The bag is very, very well made looking, like it looks expensive, but it is obviously either of something very expensive or treated in some way, because it is not wet or brined or damaged by the water at all. If this came from the ship, it shows no water damage, and it's just this black kind of almost like velvety kind of bag.
It's just the book in this bag.
Book, bag, map.
Map. Sorry, I was writing the encounter. What is the map? We can't tell. Or...
You can't, you haven't looked at it yet, but okay. That's the three things that are there.
Gotcha.
Book, bag, map.
This is one of those things where there's a saying, you never know when you're making a memory. Like, you never know when you're going to say something or do something stupid, and someone's going to remember it forever, whether it's insignificant to you or not. My mom has a cookbook that is little yellow sleeves of paper that are in this little binder, and every time I look over, it looks like you're filling it in. Like, this looks just like one of my mom's little cookbooks, and I like it. Like, I like the little warm feeling from it.
Well, you can't have it.
I'm not going to take it. I don't want to. I like to look upon it.
What do you want to do?
So when you throw up, is it just like water?
I mean, I still eat. I'm still.
But is it like food mixed in with water?
Yeah, I mean,
it's that's 2 days ago. So it's whatever rations you had from last night.
It's not like I don't create cuisine out of something like. I don't have good berries.
Well, no, it's
actually I could do good berries as a ritual.
Like I'm imagining that if you
took it.
If I took it. Oh, who is it that can do anything as a ritual?
Wizards. Wizards have a book that they can go, I can refer to my book.
Gotcha.
Where you have to have the magic
prepared. Gotcha.
In your mind.
Yeah, so I could take a good berry.
Yeah. So. There is a feat you can take called Ritual Caster, which will turn you into a ritual caster with a book of your own rituals.
Gotcha.
It's pretty
that's
cool.
What we've talked about.
It's fun.
So let's take a look at this loot. Let's see if we can't open the book and take a look at what the map's got on it.
Okay. So the map is actually sheafs. There's several different ones. There's one of pretty much the entirety of the Sword Coast, all the way down to Chult, up and out. It looks very well made. Probably bought from one of the cartographers guilds in Waterdeep. You see the markings on it. some type of guild or clan markings, guild or merchant house markings and there's scribbles all over it. Markings, lines, names of ships. So this is a map that someone used for their journeys, and it's pretty
Annotated.
Yeah, annotated map of journeys up and down the Sword Coast.
What are the other maps?
The other ones start to get rougher and rougher. There's one that starts out as a map of Chult, as rough an outline as possible, and then it starts having fill-in areas. And that map is only like half drawn up here. And then in the corner, like the undrawn part, other maps have started to be drawn, like little personal maps of areas or villages, just like someone is like, I need to,
This is like a map quilt.
Yeah, like someone had a map of Chult that was blank, and then also used it to fill in and draw maps of specific areas. And some of those are annotated to reference the map of Chult. Some of them aren't. Like, you don't even know what some of these things refer to.
This is a lot of work for these maps.
Then there's a couple other sheafs of paper in here, which are one of them is this super detailed. It looks like Metzley says, like, that's a maze. Like, that's someone's maze that they were trying to memorize. And, like, it just looks like a big, complex...
Like in order to get to heaven? Do you think they succeeded?
I don't know.
Into what?
To get into heaven. Ubtao. You have to memorize your maze. Otherwise...
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like someone was practicing their maze. But there's, like, some weirdness to it because some of the areas are way more, like, solid lines, like, confident. And then there's other areas that are kind of left a little bit blank and vague. And then the last sheaf is just a mishmash. It's almost like drawings of a crazy person. In charcoal, there's some things like you see this, it looks like it's supposed to be a lake or water or something. And then there's rain over it with something coming out of the center of it.
Man-made map or something?
It's as big, it's a poster like as big as the maps, the same sheaf size, but it just has scribbles all over it. It has a snake head. It has this icon of a snake. It's got these two eyes, which very, to you, because of the theme of everything else, looks very serpentine. You just see patterns that look like scales, just over and over chalked in on one side. There's some annotations here and there, and there's some like pictures and things in everything. Like, this is going to take you don't want to do this in the middle of the jungle out here. To really start going over this stuff and picking it apart and seeing what all this puzzle work is, from that professional explorer's map down to these like mad charcoal drawings of a insane person.
Book with a latch.
Book with a latch. You open that up, and it pretty much reads the same depth of level as the maps. Like, you're not going to go into it now. Again, you're in the jungle, but at the beginning, it looks like accounts of explorations and expeditions. And as you flip through it and get to the back, it turns into the ramblings of a madman.
It's a journey journal.
And
velvety bag.
You go into this, grab the bag, and you
It's in the soft sack.
open it up, untie it, slide it open, and this big. Diamond shaped on one end, a little bit of a hexagonish kind of end over here. Delicate gold scale. And looking at this, like feeling it, it doesn't seem like gold plated or anything like that, but you wouldn't doubt that this is gold. But when you, too, look at the end, that flat tip at the end, it has that white, almost that pith, that quick, it has that piece of biological thing that would have meant that this was attached to a real creature.
Does this measure imperial or metric? The scale? Has a bit of the anchor skin.
Yep. And the anchor skin's all gone, but you could just tell that
Yeah.
it was there.
And it's also not an actual term, I just call it the anchor skin.
And it's like,
Don't run with that.
This big.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should.
Can I tell if this scale is like a dragon scale or like a snake scale or
Nature?
Oh,
Just toss that anywhere.
what was that? I thought you were joking around.
No. Ooh.
There's one. 19.
All right.
Only 10, but that's because I know metal doesn't belong on animals.
It looks too like if it's a dragon scale, it's young, and like way young, maybe too young. Like even young dragon scales should be thicker than this. This is a little bit too more like thin, agile, quick. Whatever it is, it's giant, but it could be some type of giant serpent, like when I say serpent, like snake, like a giant snake of some type. But it could also be a couple other things, like lizard, maybe
You're also
dinosaur.
saying that the animal is probably quick because of the density of this scale.
Right, like just how delicate it is. It seems like
The dinosaurs shouldn't have scales.
some dinosaurs.
Hush, you argue.
Like, and I'm not even saying like true, not even like true dinosaurs, but like the megafauna, reptilian style that predates these animals that are normal today.
I tried to draw a single dragon scale with a little bit of quick on it, but it just came out looking like a fingernail. it's like a...
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought one scale would be something like, oh, I'll draw a picture of it and that'll help.
Yeah, it's just like because it's diamondish on one end, or goes down to a point.
I didn't put enough of the diamond on it.
Yeah,
It's
like
whatever.
the rough shape is.
It would be more like that, right? Yeah, coffin look. Yeah, I did it backwards.
So, yeah.
We should probably go find Yoshim.
Who's Yoshi?
The
That useless guy. What did end up happening to him?
He was cowering on the beach last time you saw him.
That's right. So we've got the stuff that we need, the velvety bag with the delicate scale and all the other junk. So let's grab it and head back. Make sure that Grin's okay and that...
Yeah. Yoshim at this point is just like, get me back to Fort Boldarian. I
wasn't done negotiating the price on your piranhas. Oh man.
I'll come back later.
I just back.
Maybe in months. Just get me out of here. He wants home. Think you've successfully terrified Yoshim from ever wanting to do an expedition himself into Chult. Maybe he should just stick with going to the port and dealing with the merchant princes.
Sure, whatever you say. So,
So we gather our stuff and head back to...
You start heading back to Fort
Balarian.
Balarian.
I got it mixed up, so I was also going to say the Hammock House.
I mean, eventually you could end up there, but...
and I'll ask you, so did you figure out what you were trying to figure out back when you were talking to Gordon over there? Huh?
Oh no, actually, I think I just have more
Adult Yodel.
I think I actually have more questions than I started with. Have you ever heard of anything called the Adeliodel? Originally, I thought it might have been a yodel from the
Nature.
Nature.
It's very yeah. And the thing
You were
is,
my only hope.
like it would have been really difficult,
No.
but you could have gotten conceptually something out of it. But no.
No, I haven't.
So, this is, I guess it's an up to you kind of thing. Where am I? Here I am. So I am a researcher. So if I don't know information, like I don't know anything about Aleo, I would most likely know where I might be able to find this information.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a location where I might be able to find this?
Yeah, Port Nyan.
Port Nyan.
If you're gonna find any information, well, to really find it, like you're talking about, like finding the information as written down or researchable, because the real information is probably somewhere out in some temple or ruin somewhere. But if you're gonna find anyone that knows where that temple or ruin is, or about this person, it's not gonna be at Fort Balarian. It's gonna be at
Fort Nyan.
it's Port Nyan.
Nyan Azura?
Yeah.
Azura?
Nyanzara.
Damn, why is it so hard?
I
Right.
have no idea why it's so hard for you guys.
I seriously can't keep it in my head. I've been looking at it for a couple of days. Nyanzaru, not Azura.
Nyanzaru.
Nyanzaru.
It bothers me when the north isn't
That
facing up.
pissed me off so
Oh,
bad.
learning that like this is north, you're like the fuck
Yeah,
off.
that picture of Port Nyanzaru. I'm reading it, and it goes in the southwest, in the south, and I'm like, what the fuck are they talking? Like, I don't. And then I saw one of the corresponding names. I'm like, you motherfuckers. Bay is north. Like, why didn't you just put it that way?
I mean, I could see if they were designing it to go into a book that's...
Yeah, because it's a long... Yeah, I get it. So, that's where you'd probably find... If you're looking for the history and culture part, you're not going to find a Balarian. That's a... Adventurers, that's Baldur's Gate. Like, that's a bastion of the Sword Coast here. If you want to know stuff about here, your most likely bet is
Port
Nyanzaru. Port Nyanzaru. Now, the other stuff...
Nyanzaru.
The other stuff you could start at the fort, because if this
Well, I mean, an annotated map would make a lot of sense to a cartographer.
right, and especially like if it came from Waterdeep, maybe that expedition came through Fort Balarian, because they handle adventures from the Sword Coast.
Or, I mean, if someone knows what galleon that is, then they might be able to get more information out of this map. And it might be worth a lot more money than we think it is.
You're not a thief.
Snacks. I'm not a thief, but we've come across this thing that might be worth some money. I understand the worth of texts and writing and things. I mean, this is annotated. If this turns out being useful, then it could be worth some food.
Well, also, a group of Yuan-Ti really wanted that thing right now.
Yeah, who cares about that part? We sell it and then...
I mean, there's that weird lady...
Now you're back to thief.
I know.
Hey, Erevar.
Erevar was all about selling stuff that was stolen.
I mean, the weird lady's still out there.
It's true. Oh, the scream thing? Yeah, we're going to have to worry about that pretty soon.
I don't know if she was the one who screamed at the hippo, but she was the one who turned into a snake.
Yeah, you didn't catch that part. A woman just turning into snakes.
I'm assuming he told me about it, though, yeah.
You had 2 days to get back to Fort Balarian.
Yeah, so, I mean, that would have been nuts. I mean, we're definitely going to need to look into that, because scaring a hippo like that and trying to go after this stuff down in that galleon is pretty intense.
Yeah, it turns out to be not so wise move on their part.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was a lot of damage and a lot of death that could come just trying to get this thing out.
It wasn't just luck that we were there. You realize that, right? The perfect people to stop that from happening? This is destiny.
It's Metzley that says that.
Also, if we run across the centipedes, we got to tell them about those corpses.
What corpses?
The corpses of the abominations, the alligator. Like, you now know where a bunch of food is.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to go back and tell the bugs where more food is?
Yeah. If he runs by centipedes again, he knows some spots.
Gotcha.
One of them's Freshly minced.
Are centipedes carrying insect?
Yeah, they are.
Decomposer? Yeah.
I think they'll eat other bugs too.
Yep, they'll eat, man.
I thought they were plant
And they have poison. Like, they're poisonous. Like,
but some defensive things are poisonous without being
venomous. They are venomous. They will hit you and paralyze you. That's like the thing the swarm does. If you become incapacitated and nothing helps you, you cannot get back up. Even if you make your death saving throws, you are paralyzed. It's pretty rough.
Gross.
So yeah, you make your way back to Balarian. Shoved into the jungles.
I mean, it's unfortunate what happened to that snake man.
We'll pick up next week the short journey back. It's not going to be as eventful, but getting back and trying to make sense of what you just encountered.
Sure.
That was, I mean, because we started
about 20 minutes early.
Yeah, so 10, 20 minutes early. That was like the perfect session size.
Mm-hmm. Worked out pretty good.
Of course, you avoided every combat I tried to throw at you.
I think the Wild and the Witchlight kind of set a different tone for us as players. We were like, let's see, these are animals, right? We should get around it. We should try to.
The other way.
You don't know those snake people are doing bad stuff.
The other way was a man trap, which is a plant, and a. It would have been really interesting to see how you dealt with it, but the thing is called.
I need to look at my spells a little bit better next time too, because like Fairy Fire is cool.
Fairy Fire is amazing.
Yeah,
but I do have to say a couple other things. Fairy Fire is amazing because it gives advantage to anyone that attacks it. But if he's raging, if Metzli is raging, anyone that he is next to, you have advantage to attack.
Mm.
And I think you have an ability that's very similar. Someone else did something.
Totems.
Yeah, one of your totems does that. So getting advantage on attacks seems pretty normal in this group. The one thing Fairy Fire does do is marks people so that if they're invisible, they're not invisible anymore because they're covered in glitter, and they can't really get away because they're glowing as they run away or something like that.
10-foot radius of dim light, so even if you can't see them, there's still light coming off of them.
Amphisbana. So it was a man trap with an Amphisbana that hung out over top of it. And Amphisbana is a massive, a huge constrictor with a head at each end.
I'm glad we went back too, because when he was done talking, I was like, there's no way it was that easy. There's something else. It's not just a snake with two heads. Well, you talk to those monkeys, there's a snake. And you're like, cool, thanks. And then we left, and I'm like, no. What else is out there? You're like, oh yeah, also the shit on the ground that'll kill you. And I'm like, okay, that makes more sense. It seemed too easy. Well, that's fun. It was a short, like, we didn't make it very far into the jungle, but I'm assuming that's kind of what jungles are like.
And also, it was 2 hours of introductions, letting you talk to each other and learn about each other. So
here's a question:
Mm-hmm.
Is that hippo going to be pissed if we ever run across? I doubt it will, but
no. You talk about like the charm effect. No.
I mean,
it's not smart enough, I guess.
It's not smart enough, and the animal charms don't have that. It knows it was charmed type of thing.
Also, the charm didn't have any ill effects. You did get it to safety, like whether or not it's really happy about how you did it. You didn't like steal from it or make it stomp on a friend or something.
Kill
like
its
that.
Mates or anything like that. But
yeah,
nope. Nothing to remember you by that's negative.
Although I'm assuming if we did just run across it and we didn't do anything to recharm it, they'd probably still take us as a threat.
Yep, absolutely.
Which I guess is the same difference as it.
I'm not saying we need to go look for that giant hippo, but
I mean, it would also be against my ethos to enslave or whatever the hippo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm nominally chaotic good.
Nominally.
It's a very Feywild alignment. Yeah.
But I learned to stop releasing oxen and cows from their pens. People can live. I mean,
And
It's
they're
funny
very
you tell this
domesticated animals. They don't. You let a cow go one time, and it just went out and got eaten by a griffin. Like, oh, you don't.
I'm
live
just
here.
saying, when I first made it into Favorite,
Yeah.
I was all like, "What are these?"
Here's a wife story. She got to college and her roommate, they got hamsters just because they were like, fuck it, it's a pet we can have in the dorm. And then
Yeah.
when they moved, they wanted to get rid of them, but they didn't know what to do with them. So they released them. And Taylor was like, I'm sure it's fine. And I was like, they're from Germany. Like, hamsters' natural habitat is like the forest of Germany. Like, and even there, they're just
it's
food.
not gonna make it in the desert.
Yeah, they're just prey animals there anyway. It's like a bowl.
It either
Fucking
starved to
dead.
death,
was
or
eaten
dehydrated,
immediately,
or it was
yeah.
eaten immediately by
It was
something.
Immediately. There's no way that thing would have had time to die.
You always have time to die.
Well, I mean, it would have had time to
Except for
die
James
slowly.
Bond. No
Yeah,
time
right.
to die.
No time to die.
Now that I know that that's a whole
Die
series, I
another
need
day,
to
no
go.
time to die.
Yeah. I always thought that they were all just one-offs with the same actor.
They usually are.
Yeah, I know, that's why I thought
Oh,
that.
okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's right. We've had this conversation.
Yeah.
I was a James Bond fan when I was younger. I really liked Sean Connery, and then I got older and was like, oh, the other Bonds have their own merits as well. And then just a couple of years ago, when they put them all on Netflix, they put a bunch of them. I started playing at the bar.
We watched
And I
a
liked
ton
it.
of them.
Yeah, I was showing them all day, like all shift. There was always a James Bond on for like 2 weeks. And the reason I did it was that everybody had some sort of opinion about James Bond, whether they liked it or they didn't like it.
And who
every
was
day-
their James Bond, and who was...
so every time they would sit down and start, I'd be like, hey, just suspend your belief a little bit. Like, why does he have a laser watch? Who gives a shit? He does. Now let's enjoy it. Like, he's... Oh man, you couldn't do that with a motorcycle. You're right, you couldn't. But wasn't that amazing? Hell yeah, let's just watch it.
It
And
looked
everyone kinda
great.
got on. Yeah, you were a big Connery fan? Yeah, it was... I always forget the other dude's name.
Well, there's Bronson after that.
What's the one that was... He's always in the velour jumpsuit. He was the redhead one, kind of...
There was
There's
the one
Timothy
who became
Dalton.
like a
There
super
was-
pacifist hippie after he did one movie of James Bond, and he
That one was weird. That was the one that they were supposed to do. Roger Moore, that's the other
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Roger Moore is...
He was before Connery, right?
George Lazenby is the one. No, Sean Connery was like
Yeah, I thought
way
he was the
early.
first one.
Yeah, Sean Connery was the first one.
What? No.
Oh, yeah.
No, absolutely not. Bet you so much money. David Nevin, Barry Nelson is in black and white. Like,
Sean Connery was the first actor to portray Bond in film in Dr. No, 1962. First original James Bond, Sean Connery. For over 5 decades, audiences have thrilled to the exploits of 007. Sean Connery played the big screen's first James Bond in Dr. No, presented in 1962. A Scottish amateur bodybuilder, he had come to the attention of Bond film producers after several appearances in
true?
British
That's
films.
crazy.
that's right. I forgot he was a bodybuilder.
Mm-hmm. That's how
Doctor No.
Yeah, and then I think Roger Moore was the third. I think because Dalton was next. Bond actors in order. Let's do it like this.
American actor Barry Nelson was the first to portray Bond on screen in 1954 television adaptation Casino
No,
Royale.
he was-
Casino Royale is the very first because
Because it was
that's
TV though. That
yeah,
wasn't the movie.
but it's still the very first
Made for TV movie.
Yeah, no, I got you.
representation of
Casino
James
Royale
Bond,
is like-
and it's the
Casino Royale is
first.
It's
Yeah,
one of my favorite episodes. I'm sorry, the Daniel Craig Casino Royale.
Yeah.
It's one of the
and
best
that
Bond
was
movies ever
he
made.
remade that as an homage, and then in 1961 they started on Doctor No.
So it's Sean Connery and then David Niven. Oh, that
Cary
never mind, sorry, that's
Grant.
a non-Eon production. Sorry, that doesn't count.
Yeah, there's those
George
other ones.
Lazenby, that was the other guy. He's the one that played one on Her Majesty's Secret Service. That's the one where he gets married and then she gets killed. Then it's Roger Moore, so I was right. Third one. I really liked Roger Moore. He was really good.
Cary Grant, David
Timothy
Nevin,
Dalton.
Sean Connery.
Timothy Dalton did 2 of them, Living Daylights and License to Kill, and then Pierce Brosnan. So really, it's just Roger Moore, Sean Connery, and Pierce Brosnan. Those are the 3 like main guys, because everyone else did 2 or less. Timothy Dalton.
7 actors in total have portrayed Bond in film. Following Connery's portrayal, David Niven, George Lazenby, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, and Daniel.
But the David Niven one doesn't quite count. He's not considered an official big screen 007 film since that was not produced by Eon. That's that Alfred Broccoli Productions. Well, just because I'm saying, as the producers for the production company for James Bond is always the Alfred E. Broccoli Production Company. It just says Broccoli right in the beginning. You know.
Well, Eon Production began work on Dr. No.
Was it? Well, I'm saying I think Eon became Broccoli later. Because
Okay.
all of the Bond movies are Eon, but if you watch all of them, they all start with
Produced
Alfred Broccoli.
by Eon Productions. And 2 independent films.
I liked Brosnan's Bond, but aside from GoldenEye, I didn't really like the movies he's in. Yeah, GoldenEye was really cool because I think we were all the right age. Like, I was like high school.
I think the
when
video
007
game
came out.
really kind of solidified that as
Absolutely,
well.
it was badass. But it was the first time there'd been a new James Bond in a while too. Like in my life, we've gotten to see 2 changeovers. I've gotten to see Pierce Brosnan take the mantle and Daniel Craig. And now when Daniel Craig is done, it might be Idris Elba is one of the
Dalton was the first one I remember.
Timothy Dalton. Roger
Like on the
Moore was
screen.
the
But
one-
the first movies I saw were Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Like my parents showed me.
I
The
remember
one during my time was Dalton. And then me and Eric, to this day, can't tell you the difference between Dalton and Brosnan. Like, they just kind of like looked the same, acted the
Yeah.
same. Like, one was a little bit more schmarmy and the other one was a little bit more
I remember
refined. But
Sean Connery being the first one I remember, but then I remember when I saw Roger Moore being like, what the fuck is he wearing? Like, he's just consistently wearing like early, or late 60s, early 70s stuff. So everything is huge lapels and like jumpsuits, and the aesthetic had changed to like 70s eggshell chairs, and like everything was pleather covered, and like his gun had a stripe on it. Everything was very like, I don't know, it's
Well,
crazy.
that's
It was
what,
modern. It was weird.
Mike Myers.
Yeah.
That was where they got their aesthetic. Over the top
Austin
of that.
Powers is
Austin
definitely
Powers,
the Roger Moore 007 for sure. Yes. All right, well, we should wrap it up. So
I do like I like Triple X. I like that movie.
Still haven't
right?
seen it.
And then the very first thing, because it's like the new age and extremism, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
they have a fucking Bond, basically, it tried to infiltrate and just gets murdered because completely out of place. Like, what are you even doing here? We're a bunch of punks listening to Du Hast, Rammstein, and you come in a tux? I'm dead.
I've only seen the first 2 minutes of that, and then I've always seen it comes on TV or something, and it's halfway through, or it's at the end.
All right, well,
Ice Cube, one of the Triple X's.
he is,
The
yeah.
third one or something like that. Vin Diesel's the first Triple
He's
X.
the first in the
one.
normal one. But I mean, saying that he's in the more of them as Triple X, but Triple X, they tried to turn it into the Bond. You're just designated a Triple X.
That's when, for some reason, I don't know what happened to Jason Statham, but he went from box office to budget real fast, and now
something tanked his
He must
career.
have fucked something up out behind the scenes, but he did the Italian Job, and then he did the second one, and then he did a movie called The Mechanic.
Well, he did Transporter.
So it's Transporter, and then the Italian Job, and then he did one called The Mechanic. And The Mechanic is a completely different production company. It's the same character. They stole the character. They just call him something different. They just call him The Mechanic, but it's exactly the same character and everything. Holy shit. These explosions are GIF. Like in the background, you're like, what the fuck, is that glued on? Is this done with Photoshop?
I think the only movie that I've ever liked Jason Statham in is Snatch.
Snatch is great. I like.
There's another
Crank.
one. Crank was good.
A lot of fun. The first one is great.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That
He pours
movie's
the oil on the ground, and they have a fight on oil, and everyone's like, slip.
Yeah. I like the second one too, where he has to keep it. It's the other way around. He has to keep shocking himself instead of taking drugs to keep his heart going. So in the first one,
that was Crank, right?
That's Crank. Yeah, the first one he's given a poison, so he has to keep taking other counteractive drugs methamphetamines and like other things to kind of keep himself going. So he's doing crank. He's
that one.
He's doing coke and stuff. That was fun.
Just to keep him going.
And then in the second one, they've done something to his heart that's got some sort of anti-pacemaker on it that's like giving him heart attacks. The only way he can disrupt it is by shocking himself. And so the movie is just all of these setups for him to get like increasingly more and more electrocuted, and it just gets silly so fast. But
there's 2 other movies out in that same vein now. Mm-hmm. There's one on like Hulu or Amazon Prime that has Kate Beckinsale, and she has to keep injecting herself with something, and she becomes an absolute badass.
What's that fucking thing called? Yeah,
but then the other one has Mary Elizabeth Winstead as an assassin in Japan who gets poisoned and has to like basically keep herself hopped up in order to find out who did it and kill them before she dies, type of thing. It's a fun movie.
I liked Crank. It was fun. Snatch is good too, though. But he's just
it's a very different movie from what he usually does.
Yeah. He's the storyteller in that. He's like super anti-action part. He just kind of shows up. Something goes wrong, and then he just kind of walks away.
There's not a lot of action in Snatch.
Yeah,
it's more
like Snatch.
Just kind of weird heist.
It's so well written, and then Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels comes out, and the story is just as good, but it's totally exactly the same.
Two Smoking Barrels came before Snatch.
Yep.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, either way.
Yeah, whichever. It's that guy's.
Movie. Yeah, it's the same movie.
That guy put out like 3 of them because he did that. And he did Rock and Rolla, which is pretty much the same thing. Yeah. And then he did, I don't know where he did this, but he did Slumdog Millionaire, and he's like, I'm done with those films.
Yeah.
And then he went back and did another one. Eventually. I think Rock and Roll was the one he came back and did.
I'm just glad that we didn't see M. Night Shyamalan come back as strong as I thought he was going to come back after.
He's got something that he's doing now. Something big.
He's got 2 big things going on because he made Unbreakable, then he made Split, then he made Glass.
Yeah.
When Glass came out, everyone was like, "Hey, good for you." And then he made something right after that. I can't remember what it was. It's something that everyone was kind of like, "Oh, what did he do?"
The Beach just came out.
Yeah, Beach was that
there
news
you go.
one.
The Beach just came out, and then he's got something coming on after that. Because I remember The Beach was like a big deal, but the next thing is supposed to be really big.
He's got something in the works right now.
All right. Well, this has been a weird
let's
show. Sorry.
Yeah, let's take this out.
This has been another episode of the Wilyverse. Obviously, until things change for a little bit, we're playing the Golden Serpent, which is a 5e campaign homebrewed by our DM here, set in the Jungles of Chult. We'll be playing this on Sundays at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so check your reminders, check your updates, that sort of stuff. If you like what you saw, if you want to see any more, down below you can see our YouTube link that takes you to our YouTube channel. It has all kinds of introductory stuff, other games we've played, board games, RPGs, all kinds of fun stuff. We also have a merchandise store down below where you can find that Wilyverse W on all kinds of things like shirts and socks and eye patches and all kinds of fun things. We are also sponsored by DriveThruRPG, which has a link down below. It's a great place to find all of your source books and rule books on PDF. You can save yourself a bunch of money. We have some other stuff you should too. And if you use that link down below, we get a little kickback that we use to update the studio. Thanks to Stream Elements for coming down and holding down the fort. Drewby, it's always great. Thanks for showing up and making sure that we're here and listening to the tangent all the way to the end. We appreciate you. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next week with more Golden Serpent, and possibly tomorrow. Mondays at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time may also be some other kind of in-between game for a bit. Tune in, check it out, see what's going on. We'll see you then.